1, 2, 3. Check. Okay. Now let's try the Indonesian channel. Okay.
Let's try Indonesia.
Dimas. Tes 1, 2.
Good morning. Hello. Good morning to all distinguished experts and participants. May I please have your attention? For those who are still outside the venue, you may come in because the event will start in a couple of minutes. We are very sorry to keep you waiting. So again, good morning, distinguished experts and also participants. Welcome to our Myanmar People Day and also hearing from the people on the ground and experts in the region. We are honored, we are very much honored and welcome you all for being able to participate and join these two important events ahead of the ASEAN Summit. But before this, I think we would like to introduce ourselves really quick because we wouldn't want to get much more of your time. So my name is Nadine Sherami. I'm from the Commission of the Disappeared and Victims of Violence, and I have my partner here.
Hi, my name is Nicha. I'm the Advocacy Director from Progressive Voice.
And we will be emceeing for the event ahead. So, Nicha, I think it is a common knowledge for us all as a background that the situation going on in Myanmar moment has started off with the fire of the failed military junta coup on the 1st of February 2021, which has resulted to a number of unjustified crimes by mentioned actors such as airstrikes, gender-based violence, which were then also resulted to a number of domino effect cases circulating in the region, such as unemployed youth, economic crisis, and many more. Within that background, I think we could also sum it up with two of our most important agendas, which will result to a most important outputs as well. So today, in this event, there will be two important events, as I have mentioned before. One is the public hearing on the Myanmar crisis violation and also the international crimes in Myanmar with Myanmar people testimonies before a panel session. And there will be also one more important agenda, Nicha, the expert panel on ASEAN's approach towards Myanmar. So what's next on the menu, Nicha?
Yes, so we will start today with opening remarks from two speakers, one from a regional organization and the other one, Cornelis Hanung, East Asia and ASEAN Program Manager from Forum Asia, and then we will be followed by Seamat Kin Omar from Progressive Voice, who will be representing people from Myanmar today. So the agenda today, after the opening remarks, then we will move to present a compilation of testimonies from survivors of gross human rights violations by the military junta in the past, over the past 30 months. And then we will take a short, then we will have a 5-minute testimony from an in-person from a Rohingya activist today with us. And after that, we will break for about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and reconvene another session, which is the expert panel on ASEAN's response towards Myanmar's crisis. We will have about 1.5 hours for that, for the 5 experts to present their view, but also open the floor for questions and answers. And by the end, we will conclude with the findings from the panel of human rights experts on the testimonies that were given earlier. So yeah, that's the agenda for today. So I like to mention as well that the events today are co-organized by 9 civil society organizations, which are ASEAN Burma, Asia Justice and Rights, ASEAN Forum for Human Rights and Development or Forum Asia, Initiatives for International Dialogue, Contrast, Myanmar National Organizing Committee for ASEAN Civil Society Conference, Network for Human Rights Documentation Burma or ND Burma, Progressive Voice, and then Yapika. A little bit of housekeeping today, maybe before we go on. For those of you who are joining us online, you will see at the bottom of your screen a globe which says interpretation. We have 2 languages today, or 3 languages, sorry. We have English, Burmese, and Indonesian. For those of you who want to tune in English, please click on the globe and then click English. You can also mute the original sound as well if both are kind of confusing at the same time. You can also, if you want to listen in Burmese, then click on Myanmar or Burmese. But if you want to listen on Indonesian language, please click on the Japanese version. Thank you. For those joining with us today at the event venue, if you need any interpretation, please refer to the back of the room. We have in-ear interpretation, which will be provided with English, Indonesian simultaneous interpretation today.
So I think that's all for now, Nietzsche. I think we would like to invite for both Kin Omar and also Cornelius Hanung to join us on the floor. The floor is yours.
Oh, okay, we probably just stand here. So, dear esteemed delegations from diplomatic missions, media, civil society, experts, and colleagues as well, on behalf of Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development, Forum Asia, and Progressive Voice, as part of the co-organizer, we would like to convey our welcome and sincere gratitude for you to attend this morning at the Myanmar Advocacy Day, hearing from the people on the ground and experts in the region. Your presence either in person in this room or online are really important and have transmitted a sense of continued support and solidarity for the people of Myanmar, who at this point is still resisting the violence committed by the junta. May I continue, or do you want to? And then, since the attempted coup in February 2021 and the adoption of the ASEAN 5-point consensus, our coalition have been following and monitoring the work of ASEAN as a region to address the human rights, humanitarian, and political crisis in Myanmar. However, after more than 2 years, despite many advocacy efforts, engagement with different chairs of ASEAN, we have seen less and less tangible action from the regional bloc to meaningfully solve the crisis. And notably, we have also observed a shrinking space for civil society, victims, survivors, and even the legitimate government of Myanmar to engage with ASEAN in an open platform. While at the same time, despite the commitment made by the ASEAN leaders and foreign ministers to bar the junta from attending ASEAN summit and foreign ministers meeting, we have seen engagement with the junta have been conducted in different ASEAN platforms, which is more disappointing and concerning. So in the absence of meaningful action from the ASEAN, the atrocities committed by the junta continues, and more victims on the ground suffer and ignore. Therefore, as the main purpose of this event, we would like to highlight the voices and to amplify and to intervention that ASEAN and international community will make. And to 7 September of 2023, ASEAN will conduct the second ASEAN Summit in Jakarta, and the eyes of international community are getting towards them, waiting on what the leaders will do and decide with this regard. So therefore, we hope that this platform can be ways to promote knowledge exchange and raise public awareness and solidarity in this regard. And we would like to encourage all of you to participate actively, not only in this process, but also to think on what we can do collectively as a part of the ASEAN ecosystem to stand together with our siblings in Myanmar. I think, Omar, if you want to add more.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Hanung. Good morning, our colleagues, distinguished guests, both in person and also those who are joining from online. Thank you so much for joining us. And my special appreciation also goes to our regional experts who have traveled far to join us in this in today's event, and our Indonesian friends, colleagues who have stood with us alongside for so long, and especially in this very, very challenging time that we are facing in Myanmar. We have seen your solidarity is more than ever before, that you have been with us, and this is something that we as the Myanmar people really cherish and will never forget your solidarity. But as Hanong already set out of the situation, the crisis, and the magnitude of the crisis that Myanmar people are facing, and the response from the international, regional, especially the ASEAN, our ASEAN leaders, has been not meeting the needs of Myanmar people to save their lives on the ground. It's so long, and it is ASEAN doesn't have time to risk anymore. So, but what do we do? So, with your participation, our experts' assessment and recommendations, we hope what we can gather today can be actually transmitted, we can be delivered to the ASEAN leaders to really take the courageous steps, I would say. That ASEAN needs to be courageous enough to address Myanmar crisis, to save the people's lives on the ground. And we hope today discussions and findings together with with the leadership and guideline from our experts that we will be able to come up with something concrete. So that's something I want to share. Again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Maomar, and also Hanung, for your burning and also triggering opening remarks, right, Nietzsche? You have mentioned also regarding the public hearing and also expert panel, which will interview our guests. But before that, I think before the public hearing itself, we can introduce all of our speakers for the public hearing, and then we can head on into the next agenda for the video. So we would like to introduce and also would like to invite Maomar back on stage. But before that, let us introduce 5 of our speakers joining for the public hearing. First, we have Bu Andi Endriani, the chair of Komnas Perempuan, National Commission on Violence Against Women, Edmund Bond, the co-founder and also director of the Malaysian Center for Constitutionalism and Human Rights, Ibu Galuh Wandita, Director of Asia Justice and Rights, Bapak Muhammad Isnur as the Chair of the Indonesia Legal Aid Foundation, and also joining us online, Professor Dr. Sri Parapa, Lecturer of the Faculty of Law in Chulang Cord University.
Thank you, Nadine, for introducing the human rights experts today. Next, we will have the about 40-minute compilation of 10 testimonies of survivors of human rights violations in Myanmar, and then we will have a 5-minute statement from our Rohingya witness in the room. So before we go on to that, let me invite Sayamat Kin Omar back on the stage to give you a brief introduction of the compilation of testimonies. Thank you.
Thank you, Nietzsche and Nadine. Again, good morning. So for the first panel, which is entitled as the public hearing, to hear the voices of survivors of the crimes from the ground, we actually have prepared the full transcript of the testimonies of 10 which we have already submitted to our panel of experts that the moderators already introduced to you. And we also have the one testimony in person from our Rohingya sister, following the video. Hafsa will be giving a personal testimony. Let me just run down a little bit of, let me give you the rundown of the program. But before that, I want to introduce you to Hafsa. So Ms. Hafsa Thamisuddin is a Rohingya survivor, and she's with us in this room today. Hafsa was born in Chao Do in northern Rakhine State. After spending most of her life in Myanmar, she was forced to seek refuge in Malaysia and later in New Zealand. She currently serves as the co-secretary general of the Asia Pacific Refugee Rights Network. So she will be giving in-person testimony. But before her, we have 10 testimony in video, which actually that we have compiled, that collected from the ground, also from our partners, and also in cooperation from media outlet as well. So we have the 6 females and 4 female survivors giving the testimony from the Chin and Karenni states, as well as from Sagaing, Magway, and Mandalay regions of Myanmar, who have experienced airstrikes, property damage, sexual and gender-based violence, torture, and family members being killed. This session, this public hearing will have 3 sessions. We will start with the video, the testimony in person, and then following the first session, the panel of experts will be invited to a private meeting room where the experts will be discussing and deliberating among themselves based on the testimonies that they have heard and seen. And then after that, the experts will come back and join us in this hall and share with us their findings of what they have come together of seeing of these crimes. Of course, during the session, when the panel of experts on public hearing are deliberating in their meeting room, in another room, in this hall, there will be a second panel where another panel of experts, another group of panel of experts will be assessing on the ASEAN's approach to Myanmar. That's something the moderators will introduce you later. So with that, without any further ado, I would like to actually present the video testimonies first to the experts and also to all of you, the participants, distinguished guests. So please, let's have a hear from the people of Myanmar from the ground and their experiences. But may I, before that, I want to check in with the first panel of experts. Would you be okay with this side, or would you like to move on this side and join Ibu Andy, so that you have a better view of, yeah? Thank you.
Lạc chúng cái nhiệt tăng phần đó thái dương khăn tuân in tụ tham khăn thọ nhà thái dương kịp tụ khăn van long không tuổi đi gồm cả thạc cái giặc lấy cầm ăn tuổi kịp tụ khăn gospel giặc lấy cái quota in giờ te khá ăn tụ cái tham ăn tụ mình sẽ đi cái zoom alhan tong ahin an dak do ber tang ka se ko kan do tika hin ma ka in kip akhin in leng an do na kan hu durbin kan ke ni tla kan ka ye kan khwa lak lak harin khan kan bi nai an ma lang lang kan se ta an ma nen do te kan bi khona se in ka mi hi in som lok le en kwa se baptit kwa ta hi pakhat atel gospel baptit khri fa bui kan kwa ta hi pali atel kan ma ya kan pakhat atel tia chipil khri fa bu hi angan bi e kwata hi byak an pe he ape ta in kwata hi aza pi te paruk akang e kan thuk kan tion kan tol kan tang ning hi atua hin cheu khat pol chu don na angai ti lo na angai ti lo in hal khaleya au be mi azam mi an umri cheu khat pol chu in kang mi pol kha a mi in tanga in hanin mate chun au mi an in nga in rok hi tham tia te khin an hun te kha buk te an tom mi to khi an kan ma dong chu kan na in to kan nge ti lo ti ka kan in to kan ni ti ka khan na kan ne ti lo e chairman pa na ai in ja kan ket ni ka te lai kam tun lo tho thung phol kan si ti ka pho pat lo o tha lo le thun lo o tha lo ai din ko ma pe lai lo tho tha to ka khan ama la tu tan phak ti ka zam phak la kan zam phan ti ko la ti ka ye ma ti chun atu hi e re ma tu kho tu kan pan kholi ai ti chun khwa kan sai ram la ka khan okay bung la je le ching ma tu helicopter ma tong tak phai da na la le pathama usong ne ma tong long la cha la naut de ne pyan la le pyan che pyan yo ane song ne ye si le ai bung je de bung ma che khin bung che pi de naut pa le ma le ne ji ne wan pi da bo ba ma nya da sai ma si ro bu le jaw tu ka in li pen te ba se lu tin te ba se so ma ta kha le ko bung che ple le ne ji bung che ple pha ke de mi ma ni mya ji twai de tu ro te de ne dai ma tu ro mi ma tha da hu ba phin lu myo ya tu ye phya chang ku to le ku ho pi de am me tha le so tu to bo be ko to no away ka ne man lu ne yang away ji man pyang na to han pi de ka ma tu phe ne ne to phya chang the wan chi pwe pi twa deခါကျွန်တော်ရွာထဲကိုပြန်ရောက်လာခါကျမှဖျားเจ้าကိုတော့ဝန်ကြည့်တဲ့ခါအိမ်မတန်မှမနေကျွန်တော်မျက်ရည်ကျတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဖျားเจ้าကျတော့ဘာမှပြောချင်မရှိဘူးအကုန်လုံးပတ်သွားပြီခုကြာနေတဲ့ဖျားเจ้าတွေကရွာအဝန်မှာတစ်เจ้าရွာလေမှာတစ်เจ้าရှိတယ်ရွာအဝန်မှာဖျားเจ้าတစ်เจ้าကထိုင်ခုံတွေအကုန်လုံးတစ်ခုမှမကြံအကုန်လုံးဖြစ်စီတာဟေးမှာဖျားเจ้าထဲမှာအဲ့ဖြတ်တဲ့ဟာကိုအရှင်းထားပြီးတော့မှအဲ့အောက်မှာတို့အဲ့ပူထားထက်လိုက်နေတို့ထပ်ပြီးတော့အကုန်လုံးထိုင်ခုံအကုန်လုံးတစ်ခုမှမကြံကျွန်တော်ကိုယ်တိုင်သွားတာနောက်ပြီးတော့မှဘာသာရေးဆိုတာတို့ကခရစ်ယာန်ဆိုတာတနည်းတစ်မျိုးနဲ့ဖြတ်စီဖို့တို့ကြိုးစားတယ်ဆိုတာကျွန်တော်တက်ရှင်တော့ဖျားသခင်ကိုတို့မယုံကြည်တာထောင်းမယုံကြည်လို့အဲ့လိုလုပ်တာလေဒါပေမဲ့သူများလူတယောက်ရဲ့ဘာသာရေးကိုစော်ကားတာဘာသာရေးစော်ကားတယ်ဆိုတာလုံးဝလက်ခံတိဖို့မလိုရဘူးအဲ့ဒါတော့
yang law nazi pasale khoi from selling je faida ra kai bom ni khat nak ma chuna si ni hai nazi pasale khoi from an khat tin ka zum chumia an rak khat te ka khu sung hi minung chukan ma nan na hak tong kai te kha khu sunga ke tin jurok na kan ne te ka kha na hak te chuma te chukan in pha I ka tin si tu kai ma ka na ka in si kha khatam te kha ji pu na chumia ji pu ni ka me ya kha kai kha ka rak fe chi kan te kai chu te zan rang ga swai chi cái xoay chỉ cho lên khami xin thì cần khóa mi thì mình tâm đều nạp là tâm mạ về cái mạ về cái gì cho nào thế ung khởi chút khi nào này thế mà trong cái cái là tha ăn nào thế đọc bom na học thon đọc phơi ý cái gì cũng là tâm bát hành chi cho lên cái gì cũng là hi dù bà ta tâm kia đọc lòng thôi đừng có lên cái gì cũng cần giang là vì mình bằng apa phải không chú cái tin kan je faida nya ka pya po na hakam bia in sak chia si tika khami ni le zarte sun chu bia in khom nak ding chen thani tika kan darwan te kha kan darwan in sung sang te apa le anu pa te le phun te kha de na nak chen rei lo te nak chani kha anu kha a ke lam du hina ko ma kha yang ke ding khiam ra nya no na ngai chi kha po zi ding zi se ba chi zi chu chele am pa chu yang lawa anu wa kha yang cái tin mẹ tộc dân lại nạp cái sao phòng ha rắc rè kia thuốc là thuốc gì y ăn vừa thăm kia thuốc chú lấy chúng mi bạc khá lại yangเราเล่นนั่งkhá ăn kỳ bạc kháเราเล่นจำไทยมีนักเรียนกับมีทุนค่ะนั่นดูค่ะเต็มเชียวละชีพิดินรักตัวกูก็ติchúng miปฐมนารักแทงapa linaค่ะอันนู้ค่ะเสียรักการนี่อันนู้ค่ะที่ติมบอมอับพวกที่ค่ะติม อินตรงลำพาร์จิมมีค่ะจุมีเนี่ยทอดแต่ค่ะเฮียยังกระทั่งมูนาวตรงลำตั้งแต่ไปจุดเดียค่ะมีค่ะยังเราติกะค่ะยังเราเตาไทยเราดึงตาดึงไทยเราญี่ปุ่นสุงาค่ะอามาค่ะหลุมกันหลุมจุมีปะลินสิจุมีไรเราเตยปิตาเตประคัดไอ้กัมปัสตานูยันนูที่โดนูลองกันจะมีครับมันอัดทัดเหล่านั้นค่ะรักพวกลาลาต้องโจกันไว้กินวักิรสาลาลาที่เวียกของจุเสจุมีสิกันเกี่ยวละมาคิดถึงเบียกอับพวกหลายสินเบียกอินขังอินันสักมีประคัดจุมีอินันสักลายมีอินหัดวันตุประคัดค่ะคิดถึงบ่มอยากพวกที่อัดแจกมีค่ะที่น่าตันปวดกันจะไปจุดที่ตันปวดมีเอฟเฟรนบอดี้กันที่มีประคัดเตะขารุดอีอันรูที่หินตักซาจุขาชีจรักพูดเหล่านั้นอันรูมีเตเนี่ยค่ะคำติกาชีจปวดเหล่านั้นค่ะกระทำติกาจรูทูรูทูติกาจหินาจุกเราพอสักไทยเราดิ้งเราพอริพัดกันสิเลจูสิส่งปลากันสิเราทนจุเลประคัดขัดเชียปวดที่ประคัดขัดยังเราสิเลจูกันตัวไทยเราปังดิ้งอะไรจังบิกินสิส่งเฟดกันเนี่ยตัวดิ้งสิส่งเราเฟดแต่ละเฟดจิเกทัดดิ้งกันติจุมี
กันขวบมากะเฮเอฟเดลนิคุลนิสรีนาจิปทุลมินิปคุลมินิสอมทุมกระหองรังเตคะอาศัยที่อากาเฮอารมณ์เฮจูชิมกอาบอุมโลเลอารมณ์จูซีเอ็นเอซงอุมโลซีดีเอฟซงอุมโลรักใจมันอันอุมโลติกามีปีบักขะอากันกะคิสกาวเลอากันกะนักคงเฮเปิดไลคันอาทิมีฮีมินุปัตตินูคุมสอมงาลคุมสรีนูปักตัทีปาคุมสอมลีลคุมทุ่มของหางดาสิโรกติกะค่ะปนัยมีปาปลีนัยกะค่ะที่มินุปักวันนี้เชียมันตัวหักเชียคุมทิ้งเรามินีหินมินุปรุกนิเชียมฟักไงตัวอินสมรุกเลอินฮีไอโรกีขาดชงอันอิสรีหลักอกุมบักเล่าขันช่วยบักนบ่มนี่ขาช่วยอดีตละกาฮิไอรอกมีเฮอินสมรุกเลอินฮีฮิไอรอกบินฮีปลีไอรอกทานเครดเปเตเรียนเบียกอินฮีไฮเลนะอันเลยเตียงไข่อีหลังลักขันบ่มนี่ขันรอกจังจงให้ตั้มปีบ่มช่วยติกาขันอตุเฮอาศัยหมดเอโยขันหาตักตักที่มีติจงค่ะวันชิมชีกับวันดูมิเซเบียกอินปลีฮันรอกดีอันดีลักินและการเสียงอินจงค่ะอัชาลังเสียชุงทิริตเตจงค่ะเจมจัดจงค่ะมีรอกและรำชัดเลี้ยวกันอินสมบูรณ์สริรุกสีอาจารย์มีชุงค่ะสมสริรุกหันสลับเยอะนักกันในเสียเป็นการเมืองจนมีกระถิ่นลงกันรัวนักเชื่อมจงที่จนที่บ่มมันมีเห็น
เท่านั้นเสร็จตรงส่งนายละเลี้ยเองการนั้นเนี่ยนายชิมาวเนาะมันเนี่ยนายชิมาชิมารู้ลีเจชิงขายอะไรชิชิมารู้มีตาสุดๆลงวเนาะตรงเนาะไอ้ชิมาลีเย่เจชิงพิเศษนี่เนี่ยชิมารู้ว่าไอ้นายตัวมาไอ้ชิงก้องนี่แหละชิมาวเนาะลีก็ดูแลเนี่ยชิมารู้จ้าอะไรเนี่ยวเนาะชิมาก็เลยชิมาเอาอะไรล่ะเอาอะไรเนี่ยเลือดขาดได้ป่าวว่าเนาะป่าวว่าเรามาดูตาเลยไอ้ที่มุดได้เลือดดูเลยตาล่างมาสู่รอตาเอาเลยใช่ไหมมุดตามาเลยที่ป่าวมาที่ตัวเราเนาะฉันก็ไม่ตีเดียวจะเลือดจริงว่าเลยที่เปียว่าเลยไม่ตีว่าเลยเลือดจริงเขาเนาะฉันมาเลือดจริงเลยมุดตาเอาเปียวเลยใช่ไหมเขาเนาะนั่นแต่แม่ฉันมาเป็นสิ่งสารฉันมาที่เพชรไอ้ลูกเว้ยเนาะเล็กจริงเขาเลยเป็นที่เนี่ยสุดไปห้องมาร้องฉันมาพิมพ์ถ้วยว่าเราทำมาเลยให้นี่พิมพ์พี่ก็ว่าเนาะเตลิกาเลยก็ลงหาลาให้นี่พิมพ์พี่ก็ฉันมาจีแล้วฉันมาพิมพ์สิ่งนี้ไม่ใช่เนาะพิมพ์ไปยาวอะไรวะเนาะลูกเปียวลูกเว้ยใส่ปูนี่เลยฉันมาเล็ดเช็คจีมีอะไรหรอเนาะจีมีเลยฉันมาเล่มชิโร่ตัวกูเย่แล้วว่ากูมีเลยวะเนาะเล่มชิโร่ตัวไอ้เจ้ากูอะไรตัวอะไรตัวมิวตัวก็ตัวบุกโฮเทลอะไรตบกเตะก็รอใช่ไหมรู้ไปแล้วใช่ไหมตุลีเรียกชื่อว่าเนาะตุลีอะไรตุมีตุเป้ตัวนี้ใช่ไหมครับตอนวันที่มาย่าแม่ตุลีก็สุรินทร์ตั้งขอตัวอะไรเดี๋ยวส่วนมาตุลีก็ตั้งขอตัวอะไรขอตัวอะไรตบกที่ขอเตะนะใช่ไหมแต่เตะเลยใช่ไหมนัดตัวท่าจ้าใช่ไหมมีอุดาก็ช่วยเราไม่มีเดียวเนาะไอ้ดิเตะมาไปตุถ้าเปล่าถึงวูนี่ยาเราเนาะวูปีเราเนาะมา not think ပြီးမှပဲတော့အမျိုးသားလည်းပြီးနေနောက်ဆုံးတော့ပေါ်ရောက်သွားတာဒီတော့နာနေရောက်သွားတော့ကျွန်တော်နေတော့တော်ကြာပါတော့45မိနစ်တနိုင်ဝန်းကျင်လောက်နဲ့တူတယ်အချင်းသူတော့ရှော့ပြီးနေတော့နော်နောက်ခါကျွန်တော်တဲ့မှာမပြီးနိုင်ဘူးပေါ့နော်စီကနေတအားသွားချင်းနေဆိုမျိုးသားလည်းနာနေတယ်ပဲအချင်းသူအချင်းတော့မမဲနေတော့ဘလောက်တအားလည်းထီဦးထင်ခဲ့ကြကြတော့ပေါ့နော်ကျွန်မလေးပဲဒီလေးနဲ့ချောင်းပဲပြချင်ပဲဟုတ်မလို့ဒီနောက်မှလည်းထားထီရလေဒီနောက်မှလည်းထားပြေဒီမှာလည်းပြေတဲ့တုံပေါ်ရောက်မှတီးတာအချင်းကျွန်မသားဘလို့ဖြစ်ပါလဲဆိုကြည့်လိုက်တော့ကျွန်မသားလည်းဒီမှာခေါင်းမှလည်းသူလည်းရှာတထီသွားပါနော်အမျိုးသားကပြစိမနိုင်တော့လေနော်ချင်းတော့စိမနိုင်တော့ကတော့ဒီမဲ့သူတပြပွေးနေရမှာနော်တပြပွေးစိမခါတော့ကျွန်မတို့ဒီနေစားရဆေးခမ်းပါပြောနော်သူတို့ကကိုယ်ဆေးတွေထိုးပေးတယ်ဗါလဲအနာတွေဆေးပေးပတ်တီလုပ်ပေးပေါ့နော်မျိုးကခွဲဆေးခံဝင်မရတော့ဘူးပေါ့အမျိုးကဒီမများဦးပြောတော့ဒီညချင်းနဲ့မတော်ရဲကြဘူးပေါ့နော်ခမတိုင်သူတို့ကထလောက်မလားဆိုတင်အားလို့အမျိုးနေရခံစားနေရဝေဒနာတွေပေါ့နော်စီရှောင်းစခါမှာလာချေပြီးတော့နောက်ပိုင်းပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်အဲ့တော့နေရတယ်ဒါစိတ်ဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲလုံခြုံမှုမရှိတော့ဘောနော်နေရအောင်6ချားတယ်လို့ဖြစ်ရအောင်နော်အဲ့တော့ကျမတို့ဒီစစ်ဆောင်စကားနေဒီအခုဒီကျမတို့လက်ရှိနေတဲ့ဒီဖက်စစ်ဆောင်စကားကိုပြန်လာရတခုနေရတော့ဘောနော်တခုနေရလဲကျမအမျိုးသူများရဲ့အာကိုမှုနဲ့ပဲနေရတော့ဒါအားငယ်ရတော့ဘောနော်ကျမရဲ့ကိစ္စကစားကျမမျိုးသားကျမသားသူတပည့်တွေကလုံးစားရအောင်နော်သူများလည်းအကူညီကိုနေရတော့စိတ်သွားတိုင်းကိုမပါတော့ကိုဘူးတော့အားငင်နေရတော့ဗောနော်
ဖြစ်တော့ဗောနော်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျမတို့နေတဲ့ဒီထွက်မဲ့မနဲ့မှာပါဒီတမချအဖွဲ့ကဗောနော်ကျမတို့ဒီပုံကျင်းမှလာပြီးတော့ဝိုင်းပြီးတော့ကျမတို့ရဲ့အမျိုးသားတွေကိုဖမ်းခေါ်သွားတော့ဗောဖခေါ်သွားတဲ့ချိန်မှာကျမရဲ့အမျိုးသားနဲ့မောင်လေးကိုသူကလက်ပြကျတုပ်ပြီးတော့သူကမိတ်ဆက်ရာတွေတော့သူကတော့တိုင်းစစ်ခါမှာပဲခေါ်သွားပြီးတော့သူကတပ်ဖြတ်ခဲ့တယ်သူလည်းကြားခဲ့တာပေါ့နော်ကိုကတော့နောက်လမ်းနေတဲ့အဲ့ချိန်မှာဆိုတိုက်ပွဲဖြစ်နေတဲ့ချိန်မှာကျမတို့လည်းလက်နဲ့ချာကနေပဲကျမတို့အသက်စုပြီးတော့ဗောနော်ထက်ပြီးလာခဲ့ရတော့ဗောဒါပေမဲ့ကျမတို့ရဲ့နေတဲ့ချိန်မှာတော့သူတို့ကကျမတို့ကိုလက်နဲ့ရင်းချိန်ခံရတာဗောကျမတို့လည်းဒီလိုလက်နဲ့ချိန်ပြီးတော့ပုံချင်းချင်းနေတယောက်ချင်းအဲ့လိုထွက်ခိုင်းတာဗောကြားနဲ့မောင်လေးတော့သူတို့ရဲ့ဆက်တော့တက်ထွက်သွားတာပဲဒီကျမတို့ရဲ့ပြေးလိုက်တဲ့ဒီမနေ့မှာကတော့မနေ့6နာရီပဲအဲ့ဒီဖြစ်သွားတဲ့အဖြစ်ခင်းရက်ကတော့ကျမတို့ဒီ9လပိုင်း29ရက်2021မှာဗောနော်အဲ့မှာအခင်းအဲ့ဖြစ်ခဲ့တဲ့အရေးခင်းမှာကျမတို့ခက်ပြေးလွှားနေရတဲ့အခုကျမဒီအမေအိုရောကျမရဲ့ကလေးတွေဆိုလဲရဲဆက်ဒီကျမတို့လမ်းမှာဆိုဘယ်လိုမျိုးလဲခက်ပြေးလာရတယ်ဒီဘာဖြစ်လို့လဲဆိုလက်နဲ့ကြားနေပဲကျမတို့ကြည်စံနေနဲ့သူတို့ဖြစ်တိုက်ပွဲဖြစ်နေတဲ့ချိန်မှာကျမတို့ခက်ပြေးလာရတယ်ပဲဒါပေမဲ့ကျမတို့ကတော့အသက်ရှင်ခဲ့တာပေါ့နော်အမေအိုနဲ့ကျမရဲ့အမျိုးသားနဲ့မောင်လေးတို့သူရဲဆက်တက်ခဲ့တယ်အခုကျမဒီစစ်ပြေးလာရတဲ့ဒီလမ်းခီးမှာဆိုလဲကျမတို့ဒီမနေ့ကနေည9နာရီမှဒီအမျိုးတွေစီလို့ပေါ့နော်ကျမတို့ခက်ရောက်လာခဲ့တယ်မူချုံမှာပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျမတော့သူတို့ဒီ6လပိုင်းနဲ့18ရက်မှာကျမတို့ကအလီချင်းမှာတိုက်ပွဲတွေကလည်းဒီလိုရက်ဆိုင်ပေးတဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ကျမတို့အလောင်းတွေတော့ပြန်ကောက်တော့ပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့လူရုပ်တွေတော့ကောင်းမနေဘူးပေါ့နော်သူတို့ကတော့ခွေးတွေလည်းဆွဲတယ်ဘယ်လိုကျဲပါအမျိုးရဲဆက်အလေးမျိုးပြန်တွေ့ရတော့ကိုလည်းကျင်းထဲမှာအားနာကျင်ခံစားရမတော့အခုအရက်ကကျမတို့ဒီပုံချင်းမှာပေါ့နော်ဒီတမချအဖွဲ့ကတော့အယောက်40ကျော်လောက်တော့ရှိမှာပေါ့ကျမတို့လာဝိုင်းသွားတာကသူတို့တနက်ဆိုင်အိတ်ပုံချင်းမှာပြစ်လာတဲ့ချိန်မှာသူတို့ကြီးဆန်ကတော့တောက်ပြစ်ခဲ့တယ်ပြီးတော့ကလေးလဲတော့ဆန်သွားတာပေါ့နော်တမီးအကြီးမချီတော့သူတို့ညရုပ်လိုက်တော့တမီးအငယ်မရဲ့လက်ကိုတော့သူတို့ဆင်သွားတာပေါ့ဒါပေမဲ့ကျမတို့ဒီဘာကြောင့်သူတို့လာဝိုင်းခဲ့လဲဆိုတာကျမတို့လည်းပုံချင်းမှာကိုနေခဲ့ပါတယ်ကိုရိုးတတာပါသူတို့ကတော့အခုအစတော့ဒီလိုတရားလဲလောက်တမလို့ကျမတို့ပြောခဲ့တယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျမတို့ကတော့ကတော့ဘာမှမလုပ်ဘူးလို့ဒီကလေးတွေကိုဆန်သွားခဲ့မလဲဒီတမ6ပေါ့ကျမကြည့်ထားတဲ့
ဒီလက်နဲ့ကတော့သူ့ရဲ့လိုရတက်တော့လက်နဲ့ပုံမှာရေးထားတာတော့တမ66ပဲကျွန်မမြင်နေတဲ့တွေ့အဲ့ဒါတော့ကျွန်မဟိုတင်တင်မမိခဲ့တာပေါ့နော်သူတို့
တနာရီကထိုးကန်နေပြီဆိုတော့じゃကလေးတွေကလည်းအကုန်ဆုံးညီရောက်နေကြပါပြီတချို့တလေပဲမရောက်သေးတာအဲ့ဒီအချိန်မှာ12:50လောက်ရှိမယ်အကျမကလည်းသူကိုအောင်စောထွေးကဝေးဟင်းလို့ပြောလိုက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာပဲမူတာတိုင်းចောင်းဆောင်ဘက်ကကလေးဆရာမတွေကိုကျမလှမ်းអော်တယ်ခါတိုင်းလဲသူတို့ကလာနေကြအဲ့ဝေးဟင်းတွေကခဏကျမတို့နာဖြတ်နေကြဆိုတော့ဒီလောက်ထိကျမတို့ပေါ်အညိုးကြီးနဲ့ရဲဆက်လုံးလိုက်မယ်လို့လည်းမထင်ဘူးကျမတို့ကသူ့ကိုဘာမှလုံနေတဲ့လူတွေလည်းမဟုတ်ဘူးလေကျမတို့ကကလေးတွေပဲရှိတဲ့ဟုတ်စားအဲ့ကြတော့ကျမတို့အဲ့နဲ့အထဲထဲကိုဝင်လိုက်တယ်ဝင်တဲ့အချိန်မှာလက်နဲ့ကြီးနဲ့စပြစ်တာစပြစ်တော့ကျတော့ဆရာကနေအမကြီးပြစ်ပြီးတဲ့ကျမဘေးကဆရာနေဟောတော်လို့ဟုတ်ရလားဆိုပြီးတော့ကျမလည်းအဲ့နဲ့အတင်းကလေးတွေကိုကတင်းအောင်ဝင်ဆိုအဲ့မှာဆရာကိုပေါင်ရင်ဝင်မှန်တယ်ပေါင်ရင်ဝင်မှန်တော့ဆရာကနေအမကြီးတဲ့ကျွန်တော်တော့ထိပြီတဲ့အဲ့လိုပြောတော့ဆရာသူ့ပေါင်လေးကိုလှမ်းချိလိုက်တဲ့ခါမှာသွေးတွေကထောင်ပန်းနေတယ်အနောက်ဘက်ကဂရင်ကြီးအောက်ကနေပြီးဆရာတယောက်ကနေကျမကိုတခါလှမ်းអော်တယ်အမကြီးတဲ့ဖုသားလေးတော့ထိပြန်ပြီတဲ့အဲ့လိုပြောတယ်အဲ့အချိန်မှာပဲတခါဒလက်ဆက်ပြစ်ထားရောက်ထားတဲ့ပြိုင်နေတဲ့အဲ့တနာရီလုံးလုံးကလက်နဲ့ကြီးနဲ့ပြစ်တဲ့နောက်ပြီးတော့ကျတော့စစ်တပ်နဲ့တွေနဲ့ပြစ်တဲ့ဒလက်ဆက်ကိုပြစ်တော့တာပဲအကြောင်းထဲကိုကျမလှမ်းကြည့်လိုက်တဲ့အခါမှာလဲတအားကိုမိခိုးတွေကလုံးနေတယ်အဲ့ဒီအကြောင်းထဲမှာကျမသားသမီး3ယောက်လည်းရှိရဲ့အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ဆိုကြတော့ကျမသားသမီးတွေကိုစိုးရိမ်တာရောကလေးတွေအတွက်ပူတာရောဆိုတော့ကျမဘလို့လုံးဝမှန်းလည်းမသိတော့ဘူးအောက်ကဂရင်းအောက်ကကလေးတွေကလည်းတအားငိုကြသမီးတို့တော့တေးရတော့မှနဲ့ကျမအားပေးတယ်ဘာမှမပူနဲ့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးဖျားစားတာရုပ်နေကြလို့ကျမအဲ့လိုပြောလိုက်တယ်ခဏနေတော့ကျမဘေးကကလေးမလေးရဲ့ကုတ်ကိုကြည်စမ်းအဲ့လက်နဲ့ကြည်စမ်းမှန်းတယ်ကျမကြည့်လိုက်တဲ့ချိန်မှာအဲ့ကလေးရဲ့ကုတ်ကပေါက်သွားတာပေါက်တော့ကြအဲ့ကလေးလေးတအားကြောင်နေဆရာမရဲ့သမီးတော့တေတော့မှလားမသိဘူးကြည့်ပေးပါအောင်နဲ့သူတအားငိုတယ်ငိုကြသွေးတွေကလည်းတအားထွက်နေတယ်ကြသမီးလို့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ဘူးလို့နည်းနည်းလေးရဲ့လို့ဒီချိန်ကိုဘာမှမစင်စားပါနဲ့လို့အဲ့ဒီချိန်မှာဆရာမလေးတယောက်ကကလေးလေးတယောက်ကိုဆွဲပြီးတင်းပြေးဝင်လာတော့ညီမလေးလို့ဘာလို့ဝင်လာတာလဲလို့ဘယ်ရပြေးလာတာလဲဆိုတော့အမရေးတဲ့ညီမခေါင်းလည်းထိသွားပြီတဲ့သူကအဲ့လိုပြောကြကျမသူ့ကိုလှမ်းကြည့်လိုက်တဲ့ခါမှာမျက်နှာကြီးမှာလည်းသွေးတွေကရဲလို့ဒလက်ဆက်ပဲပြစ်နေတာအဲ့ပြောနေရင်ပြစ်ရင်မှကလေးတွေပဲလှမ်းကြည့်ရောလဲတကယ်ကိုမိဘတွေကလုံးလို့တစ်စက်ကလေးမှကိုမနာတာမပြစ်လိုက်ပုံများလဲအဲ့ဒါနဲ့ကျမနေပြီးတော့တော်တော်လေးတနားရီလောက်နေပါပြစ်ပြီးရဲ့ချိန်မှာသူတို့ချင်းကြားကြီးလွဲပြီးတော့စစ်သားတွေဝင်လာတဲ့အချိန်မှာလဲတနက်တွေပြစ်ပြီးဝင်လာတာရိုးဒီတိုင်းဝင်လာတာမဟုတ်ဘူးတနက်တွေပြစ်ပြီးဝင်လာတယ်အော်ကြီးကျင်းနဲ့ဝင်လာတယ်ထွက်ခဲ့ကြမထွက်သူတို့ရှာလို့မှတွေ့ရင်တတ်မှာဟိုဟာကိုထွက်ခဲ့ကြနဲ့အော်တယ်အော်ပြောကြကျမတို့ပုံနေတဲ့အခန်းထဲကိုရောက်လာတယ်ဂရင်ကြီးနဲ့ရောက်လာပြီးတော့သူတို့အရှိဘက်ကိုလှည့်ပြီးတော့ကြတော့တနတ်နဲ့ပြစ်တယ်ဖျားတွေကိုတနတ်နဲ့ပြစ်ပြီးတော့ထွက်ခဲ့တယ်ခေါင်းငုံပြီးထွက်ခဲ့တယ်သူတို့အဲ့လိုပြောတယ်ခေါင်းငုံပြီးတော့ကျမလည်းကလေးတွေကကြောက်နေတော့သားတို့မကြောက်နဲ့လို့လာထွက်ခဲ့လို့မထွက်လို့ရှင်ဆရာမတို့ပြစ်ခံလိမ့်မယ်လာထွက်ဆိုပြီးတော့ကလေးတွေကလည်းကျမနောက်တန်းကြီးထွက်လိုက်လာတယ်ကျမတို့ကအလေတန်းကျောင်းဆောင်အဲ့ကျနှစ်ထပ်ကျောင်းဆောင်ကြီးအောက်ဖြစ်တဲ့ကြတော့ကျမတို့ကအရင်ရောက်တယ်သူတို့ကခေါ်ထုတ်လာတော့ကျမတို့အရင်ရောက်တယ်ကျမအမူတာတန်းကျောင်းဆောင်ဘက်ကကလေးလေးတွေကိုလှမ်းကြည့်လိုက်တော့ကြတော့ကလေးလေးတွေကထွက်လာကြတယ်တချို့ဆိုရင်ခြေောက်သေးရလဲဖွာလို့ဘာမှကိုမရှိရတဲ့ဟာလေးတွေကအဲ့ရှိတဲ့ခြေောက်တစ်ဖက်ကလေးကိုအားပြုပြီးထွက်လာတယ်တချို့ကဆိုလဲမျက်လုံးတွေကလည်းသွေးတွေနဲ့တချို့ဆိုလဲအကုန်လုံးတကူလုံးသွေးတွေနဲ့ကျမသမီးကြီးလေးနဲ့သားအငယ်လေးကိုအရင်တွေ့တယ်သွေးရကြတော့သမီးလေးကိုမှလည်းကျမသမီးကိုမှသွေးတွေကတကူလုံးရွှဲလို့သမီးလို့ဘာခိုင်းမိရလားလို့သမီးခိုင်းမိရလားဆိုမေသမီးဘာမှမခိုင်းမိဘူးတဲ့သမီးရဲ့တငယ်ချင်းညီမလေးတဲ့ဗိုက်ကြီးပွင့်ပြီးတော့သေးနေတယ်မေတဲ့နောက်ပြီးတော့ကြတော့သမီးတငယ်ချင်းကလည်းတဲ့လက်တွေချီတွေပြက်ပြီးတော့တဲ့ကြည့်လို့မရတော့ဘူးမေတဲ့နောက်တစ်ယောက်ရောတဲ့သမီးမြင်ခဲ့တယ်တဲ့အဲ့အချိန်မှာသူတို့တခြားစစ်သားတွေကလည်းရွာတွေထဲမှာလှက်ပံမှုေးနောက်ရှားနေကြတယ်အဲ့ထဲမှာရွာသူရွာသားတွေကိုဖမ်းပြီးတော့ကျမတို့ကြောင်းတွေကိုခေါ်လာတယ်အများကြီးပဲခေါ်လာပြီးတော့အဲ့ဓာတွေကိုလည်းမြေကြီးတဲ့ခေါင်းငုံထားတယ်နောက်ပြီးတော့ကျတော့ကျမတို့ကြောင်းကဘုံကြီးတွေကိုလည်းကျိုးတွေနဲ့တုတ်ပြီးတော့ကျတော့ဘုံကြီးအတုတွေတဲ့မင်းတို့တဲ့ဘုရားစာရွတ်ဆိုဘုရားစာတွေလည်းရွတ်ခိုင်းတယ်ဘုံကြီးတွေကရွတ်ပြနိုင်တယ်ကျမတို့ကြောင်းထဲမှာဘုံကြီးတုလည်းမရှိဘူးအဲ့ကျတော့သူတို့ကအားဆိုရင်လည်းဘုံကြီးစစ်တယ်တဲ့မင်းတို့တဲ့ အဲ့လိုပြောဘုန်းကြီးတွေလည်းရိုက်တယ်လူတွေလည်းရိုက်တယ်ကျနောက်ထပ်ကျမတို့ volunteer ဆရာလေးရှိတယ်အဲ့ဒီဆရာလေးက10တန်းအောင်ပြီးကစားလေးရှိသေးတယ်အဲ့ဆရာလေးကိုလည်းသူအားတဲ့ကျောင်းဆရာတဲ့ PGF တဲ့အဲ့လိုပြောကြတော့ပြောကြမင်းလားတဲ့ကျောင်းဆရာ PGF ဆိုတာထဆိုပြီးတော့ဆရာကိုလည်းရိုက်ကြတယ်ရိုက်ပြီးတော့ကျမတို့နန်းကိုဆရာလေးကိုခေါ်လာတယ်အဲ့စစ်သားကနေပြီးလေဘင်းကိုဓာတ်နဲ့ထောက်ပြီးတော့ဒီမဲ့ကြည့်တယ်မင်းတို့စာသင်လို့ကလေးတွေဒုက္ခရောက်ထားတဲ့မင်းတို့စာသင်နေကလေးတွေနောက်ဒီလိုဒုက္ခရောက်အောင်မှာပဲတဲ့မင်းသင်ရဲ့သင်ကြည့်တယ်မြင်ရလားတဲ့တွေ့လားဆိုပြီးတော့မင်းနဲ့နောက်တစ်ခါစာသင်အောင်မှာလားတဲ့ဆိုဆရာမသင်တော့ပါဘူးတဲ့အဲ့လိုပြောပြီးတော့ကြတော့အေးတဲ့သင်တက်ပြမှာဆိုပြီးတော့ဆရာကိုအဲ့ဒီကိုအောင်စောထူးတို့နဲ့ခေါ်သားပြီးရိုက်တယ်အများဆိုအများကြီးပဲထင်ရတဲ့ကလေးတွေတချို့ကလေးလေးဆို6ယောက်တည်းကဖွာလက်ဆန်ကျဲလို့ဘာမှကို6ယောက်ကိုရစရာမရှိတော့အဲ့ဒါကိုသူတို့မငိုရဲကြရှာဘူးမျက်နှာလေးတွေကိုရှုံးလို့သူတို့ရိုက်မာတွေသူတို့ငိုရင်ရိုက်မာတွေကြောက်ပြီးတော့ကြတော့ကြိတ်ခံကြရှာတဲ့ကလေးတွေဆိုတချို့ကလေးတွေဆိုရင်သူ့ထံရတွေကိုမပြရဲဘူးဆရာမတားဒီမှာဖြစ်နေတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့မပြရဲဘူးသူတို့ကတားတို့ကိုဖမ်းမှာဆိုကျမအဲ့လိုထားခွင့်ရတဲ့အချိန်မှာကျမမောင်ဖုံးလေးစီအရင်ပြေးတယ်ကိုတူလေးလည်းဖြစ်နေတော့ကြတော့အရင်ပြေးတယ်အဲ့ဒီအချိန်မှာနောက်ပြီးတော့ကျတော့သူ့ရဲ့ခန္ဓာကိုယ်ကိုကြည့်လိုက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာပဲယောက်ျားလေးအင်ကလုံးဝမရှိတော့ဘူးပေါင်ကြီးကလည်းစုပ်ပြတ်တဲ့လို့ခြေပေါ်ဝါးလေးတွေကလည်းအကုန်ပေါက်ပြဲလို့အကုန်ဟိုဘက်ဒီဘက်ကိုပေါက်ပြဲလို့သူ့အမေပေါ်မှာတအားညည်းတယ်ညည်းပြီးတော့ကျမမေသားနာလာပါပြီသားကိုတက်ပစ်လိုက်တော့ပါလို့မောင်ဖုံခဏပြောတယ်ပြောတော့ကျတော့သူ့မိကငါသားရဲ့ဘာမှမဖြစ်ပါဘူးငါသားမမေနဲ့တူနေရအောင်အာတင်းထားနဲ့သူ့မိရဲ့အဲ့လိုပြောတဲ့အချိန်မှာမရအောင်မောင်ဖုံလေးကမမေသားနာလို့တက်ပစ်ပါသားကိုတက်ပေးပါနဲ့ခဏပြောတယ်မောင်ဖုံလေးသူ့မိလက်ပေါ်မှာပဲစုံသွားတယ်အဲ့အချိန်မှာသူတို့အားဆိုရင်ခင်ဗျားတို့ကားမောင်းရမယ်တဲ့အဲ့လိုပြောပြီးအချိန်မှာသူကားကျမတို့ကျောင်းထဲရရှိတဲ့ကားတစ်စီးကိုအဲ့ကလေးတွေကျောင်းဆောင်ဘက်ကိုငူလာတန်းကျောင်းဆောင်ဘက်ကိုဖင်ထိုးလိုက်တယ်အဲ့ချိန်မှာကျမတီးလိုက်ပြီးကြိုင်ငါကလေးတွေကိုသူတို့ထည့်ကြတော့မှာပဲလို့လှမ်းကြည့်လိုက်ချိန်မှာကျမကလေးလေးတွေကိုပီနံအိတ်ထဲထုတ်ထည့်သွားတယ်အဲ့ပီနံအိတ်ထဲထုတ်ထည့်တာအလောင်းမပီပါဘူးပီနံအိတ်ထဲကိုစုပြီးတော့ထုတ်ထည့်သွားတာပါတို့အဲ့ကျမတို့ဒဇာကန်ဖြစ်ဖမ်းသွားတဲ့လူတွေကိုချင်းညာလေးတွေထမ်းခိုင်းတယ်ထမ်းပြီးရှေ့ကနေပြီးတော့လူသားတိုင်းဖြစ်ခေါ်သွားတယ်ခေါ်သွားပြီးတော့ကျတော့ကျမတို့ကလေးတွေကိုလည်းအပြင်းထန်ရတဲ့ကလေးတွေကိုလည်းခေါ်သွားတယ်တချို့ကလေးလေးတွေဆိုရင်9နှစ်9နှစ်ဆိုတာမိဘနဲ့ခွဲခွာနေရတဲ့ကလေးလေးတွေမဟုတ်ဘူးနောက်ပြီးတော့ကျတော့သူတို့ကအကုန်လုံးကိုလူမှန်သမျှရဲဆက်ပစ်တယ်သူတို့ကလေးတော်လူကြီးတော့သူနားမလဲဘူးသူတို့စိတ်တွေကဘာစိတ်တွေမှန်းကိုကျမခံမှန်းလို့မရကျမတို့စီမှာဘယ် PDF မှလည်းမရှိဘူးဘယ် KIA မှလည်းမရှိဘူးကျွန်တော်ကနေကျမတို့ဒီတိုင်းတောင်လူရိုးရာလောက်စားတဲ့ဒီကလေးလေးတွေပညာရေးနောက်ကျမှာဆိုလို့ကျမတို့ကိုထူကိုထားလေးဖွင့်နေတဲ့ကျောင်းလေးပါကျမတို့လည်းဘယ်သူမှအတိမတ်ပြထားတဲ့ကျောင်းလည်းမဟုတ်ပါဘူးအဲ့ဒါကိုဘာလို့တို့ဒီလောက်ထိရဲဆက်ပြစ်ကြတာတကယ်ကိုစဉ်းစားလို့လည်းမရဘူးတွေးလို့လည်းမရဘူးကျမတို့အဖြစ်ပြက်ကတော့အဲ့ဒါပါ
တမြောင်နဲ့ချိန်ပြီးတော့ငကတ်ချွတ်ပေးပါလို့ပြောတယ်မြန်ချွတ်ပါဆိုပြီးတော့ဓာတ်နဲ့လေပင်ကိုရွယ်တယ်ပြီးတော့တနက်နဲ့ချိန်ထားတယ်ကျမလည်းချွတ်ပြီးတော့ပေးလိုက်တယ်စစ်သားတယောက်ကလက်ဖြန့်ပြီးတောင်းတာပြီးတော့တယောက်ကကျမကိုအပြင်ကိုဆွဲထုတ်ပြီးတော့ကျမဘောင်းမီတွေကိုအတင်းချွတ်တယ်ကျမမလုပ်ပါနဲ့လို့ညင်းတယ်ငိမ့်နေပြစ်တက်လိုက်မှနော်လို့ပြောပြီးရေချိုးခန်းထဲကိုဆွဲခေါ်တယ်ရေချိုးခန်းထဲမှာကျမကိုမထိန်ကျင့်တယ်နောက်တစ်ယောက်ကတော့ကျမယောက်ျားကိုတမ်းမြင်မှဝင်းရမှောက်ခိုင်းပြီးတော့ခြေထောက်နဲ့ကန်တယ်ခေါင်းကိုနည်းနည်းမော့လိုက်တာနဲ့ခေါင်းကိုစစ်ဖက်နဲ့နင်းချတယ်စစ်သားတယောက်ကကျမကိုမထိန်ကျင့်ပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်ယောက်ကထပ်ပြီးမရင်းကျင်တယ်သူတို့မပြန်ခင်မှာကျမယောက်ျားကိုခေါင်းထောင်ခိုင်းပြီးတော့သူတို့ရဲ့စစ်ဖက်နဲ့ခေါင်းကိုကန်သွားတယ်ကျမယောက်ျားမှာပါးစပ်နဲ့နှာခေါင်းကနေသွေးတွေအများကြီးထွက်လာတယ်ကျင်းနဲ့လားဝင်းတာလားလို့သူတို့ကမေးသေးတယ်ကျမတို့ကကြောက်လို့ကျင်းနဲ့ပါတယ်လို့ပြောလိုက်တယ်ပြီးတော့သူတို့ပြန်သွားတယ်နောက်မနေ့3နာရီဝန်းကျင်လောက်ဖြစ်မယ်ကြက်မတွန်သေးဘူးဆိုတော့3နာရီလောက်တော့ဖြစ်မယ်စစ်သားတွေကပြန်လာတယ်တကားကိုဖွင့်ခိုင်းတယ်တကားဖွင့်တော့ကျမယောက်ျားကိုအခန်းထဲမှာထည့်ပြီးပိတ်ထားလိုက်တယ်ပြင်မထွက်ခိုင်းဘူးကျမကိုရေချိုးခန်းထဲမှာတယောက်ကမရင်းကျင်တယ်ပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်ယောက်ကထက်ကျင်တယ်ပြီးတော့တယောက်ကကျမရဲ့မိမကိုကိုကိုက်လိုက်တယ် သွားတိုက်စီတွေထဲ့တယ်တွေနဲ့ထွေးတယ်ကျမကိုအရန်နှိပ်စက်တယ်ပြီးတော့သူတို့ပြန်သွားတယ်စိတ်ထဲမှာဘာမှမရှိတော့ဘူးအရန်ကြောက်တယ်အရန်ကိုလည်းတုံးနေတယ်မိုးမြမြလင်းဖို့အတွက်ပဲဆူတောင်းနေမိတယ်အပြင်ထွက်မယ်ဆိုရင်လည်းသူတို့ပြစ်တက်မှလည်းကြောက်ရတယ်မှောင်လဲမှောင်နေသေးတယ်ဆိုတော့လေတေးရင်လည်းတေးပါစေတော့ဆိုပြီးတော့အိယာထဲမှာနေပြီးအိတ်မပြောဘူးကိုဝင်ကတော့9လရှိနေပြီကျမရဲ့မိမကိုကတော့နာနေသေးတယ်အဲ့ဒီဖြစ်ပျက်ခဲ့တဲ့ညဆိုရင်မိဖွားခြင်းတလူမျိုးဘိုက်ရောမိမကိုတစ်ခုလုံးရောအရန်နာနေခဲ့တာအကြိုက်ခံရတဲ့မိမကိုနေရာကတော့အရန်ရောင်နေတယ်စီးသွားရတာအဆင်မပြေဘူးမြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုတော့စစ်တပ်ကရှိနေသေး၍အခြေအနေမကောင်းသေးရတော့မပြန်တော့ဘူးမပြန်ရဲတော့ဘူး
ည7 နာရီခွဲလောက်ကလာတာမင်းတို့ဘယ်သူတွေရှိလဲလို့မေးတယ်ကျမယောက်ျားနဲ့ကလေး3ယောက်ပဲရှိတယ်လို့ကျမပြန်ဖြေလိုက်တယ်စစ်သားတစ်ယောက်အိမ်ထဲကိုတန်းဝင်ပြီးတော့အိတ်ခမ်းတဲ့ဂရင်ပေါ်မှာဖုံးအားသွင်းထားတဲ့ဖုံးနှလုံးနဲ့ပါဝါပန်းကိုယူတယ်ပြီးတော့ပိုက်ဆံတောင်းတယ်ဘီယာတောက်ဖို့ပိုက်ဆံပေးပါတဲ့ကျမမှရှိတဲ့ပတ်စံ16000ကိုပေးတော့မပေးရင်တတ်မယ်ပြောပြီးတော့ကျမအနားကိုလာပြီးတော့ငကတ်ကိုချွတ်ခိုင်းတယ်မြန်ချွတ်မချွတ်ရင်ပြစ်တတ်မယ်လို့လည်းပြောတယ်ကျမကလည်းသမီးကိုခြိထားရင်းနဲ့ချွတ်ပေးရတယ်အရန်မှောင်နေတယ်ဆိုတော့အရန်ကြောက်တယ်မမှောင်ရင်တော့ဒီတိုင်းအဖြစ်မှတွေ့ရင်တော့စစ်သားဆိုအရန်ကြောက်တာဆိုတော့ကျမငကတ်ကိုပေးလိုက်တယ်သူတို့ပြန်ထွက်သွားကြတယ်နောက်တနားကြီးကြာမှပြန်လာတယ်ပထမတစ်ချိန်လာတော့က3ယောက်ဒုတိယအချိန်ပြန်လာတဲ့အခေါက်မှာတော့စစ်သား2ယောက်လာတယ်ကျမယောက်ျားကိုရေချိုးခန်းနဲ့ခေါ်သွားတယ်မီးမထွန်းရဘူးဘယ်သူမှမအော်ရဘူးအော်လို့ရှိရင်ပြစ်တတ်မှာဆိုပြီးတော့တနတ်နဲ့ချိန်တယ်ကျမယောက်ျားစီမှာအချိန်နေမကောင်းယောက်ျားရင်တနတ်နဲ့ချိန်ရင်လဲနည်းနည်းလေးမှမလှုပ်နဲ့မဟုတ်ရင်ငါတို့ပြည်သွားလိမ့်မယ်ဆိုပြီးတော့ပြောတယ်အခုလိုထပ်ပြီးလာနေတာဆိုတော့တခုခုဖြစ်မှာဆိုလို့ပြီးခံပြီးတော့သူတို့ခိုင်းသမျှလုပ်ပေးရအောင်လို့ကျမကပြောတယ်ဒါမှကျမတို့အသက်ရှင်နိုင်မှာလို့ကျမယောက်ျားကိုပြောထားရတယ်ကျမယောက်ျားကိုလည်းလက်ဖက်ရည်ခွက်တွေနဲ့ပြစ်ပေါက်တယ်သူ့ခေါင်းမှာဒဏ်ရာရသွားတယ်ကျွေပကံတွေနဲ့လည်းပြစ်တယ်ကျမယောက်ျားခေါင်းကိုနည်းနည်းမော့ကြည့်တာနဲ့သူတို့ကနှိပ်စက်တာပဲကျမကိုအခန်းထဲကိုဆွဲခေါ်သွားတယ်ကလေးကိုရှေ့မှာခြိထားတဲ့ဟာကိုမြန်မြန်ချားလို့သူတို့ကပြောတယ်ကျမကလေးကလည်းအယမ်းငိုတယ်ပြီးတော့တယောက်ကကျမကိုအာရမကျင်တယ်ပြီးတော့မအော်နဲ့အော်ရင်တပ်ပြစ်မယ်လို့ချိန်ချောက်တယ်ကျမရဲ့သမီးလေးနားမှာစစ်သားရဲ့တနတ်ထားတယ်ကလေးကလည်းအယမ်းငိုတယ်ကျမအော်မာနော်လို့ပြန်ပြောလိုက်တော့အော်ရဲရင်အော်ပေါ့တပ်ပြစ်လိုက်မယ်လို့သူတို့ကချိန်ချောက်တယ်ကျမယောက်ျားကိုနှိပ်စက်နေတဲ့သူကပြန်လာပြီးကျမကိုမရင်းချင်းဖို့လုပ်တယ်ကျမကလေးမွေးထားတာမကြသေးဘူးတလခွဲပဲရှိသေးတယ်ကျမလည်းတိတ်နေမကောင်းသေးဘူးမလုပ်ပါနဲ့လို့ပြောပြီးမှမရဘူးမလို့စကားမပြောနဲ့ကလေးကိုဒီတိုင်းချထားလိုက်ပေါ်လို့လည်းမရဘူးကျမလည်းအရန်ကြောက်တယ်အရန်ကိုတုံနေတာသူကကျမအင်ကြီးတွေကိုချွတ်ခိုင်းတယ်ကျမကမချွတ်ဘူးအင်ကြီးဘောင်းမီတွေကိုသူတို့ကအတင်းဆွဲချွတ်တယ်အတင်းတွန်းချပြီးတော့ကျမကိုအဓမ္မကျင်တာသူပြီးတော့နောက်တစ်ယောက်ကလာသေးတယ်ဒီလိုလုပ်တာကိုကျမယောက်ျားတိမကိုစိုးရင်လာတော့မသိဘူးကျမယောက်ျားခေါင်းထောင်လာတာနဲ့နှိပ်စက်တော့တာပဲတနတ်တင်နဲ့ထုတယ်သူတို့ပြန်သွားတယ်တိတ်မကြောက်ဘူးပြန်လှည့်လာတယ်မီးမထွန်းရဘူးမအော်ရဘူး4ချိန်မြောက်လာတာကြတော့4နာရီထိုးတော့မှတနတ်နဲ့နှစ်ဖူးကိုချိန်ထားတယ်ကျမယောက်ျားကလည်းတန်ရာနဲ့ဆိုတော့အရန်ကြောက်နေတယ်ခန္ဓာကိုယ်တစ်ခုလုံးတုန်နေတယ်အရက်ဝယ်ဖို့စိုက်ကဲထုတ်ပြီးစိုက်ကဲနဲ့လိုက်ပို့ဖို့လို့သူတို့ကပြောတယ်ကျမယောက်ျားကသူတို့နှိပ်စက်ထားလို့မထနိုင်ဘူးစိုက်ကဲမမောင်းနိုင်ဘူးဆိုတော့စိုက်ကဲကိုဖျက်ဆီးပြရမလားအများကိုတပ်ပြရမလားလို့ချိန်ချောက်တယ်စိုက်ကဲကိုလည်းမီးမထွန်းခိုင်းဘူးဒီအတိုင်းပဲမောင်းခိုင်းတယ်စိုက်ကဲမီးဖွင့်မရတော့စိုက်ကဲကလဲသွားတာပေါ့အဲ့ဒါကိုသူတို့ကစိတ်ဆိုးပြီးထက်ရိုက်သေးတယ်ကျမယောက်ျားတကူလုံးသွေးတွေနဲ့အိမ်ကိုပြန်ရောက်လာတယ်မနေ့ပိုင်းမှာကျမရဲ့ဦးလေးစီမှာစစ်သားတွေကကျမကိုမရင်းကျင်နေဆိုပြီးတော့ကျမပြောလိုက်တယ်ဦးလေးကဘာမှပြန်မပြောနိုင်ဘူးဦးလေးရဲ့အိမ်မှာတဲတဲ့စစ်ဘိုလ်စီမှာလည်းပြောခဲ့တယ်ကျမကိုစစ်သားတွေကမရင်းကျင်ခဲ့တယ်လို့အဲ့ဒီစစ်ဘိုလ်ကဟုတ်လားလို့ပြောပြီးတော့အိမ်ထဲကိုပြန်ဝင်သွားတယ်ဂယုမဆိုင်ဘူးအဲ့ဒီအချိန်မှာကျမမှလည်းဖုံးမရှိတော့ဘူးစစ်သားကိုမြင်တာနဲ့ကျမကြောက်တယ်ခြေနေမကောင်းမချင်းအိမ်ကိုပြန်ရဲမှာမဟုတ်ဘူးစစ်သားတွေရှိနေသေးတော့ကျမရွာကိုပြန်ဖို့မစင်စားနိုင်ဘူး
ညီမတို့မိသားစုနေအိမ်မှာစစ်ကောင်စီကစစ်ကြောင်းထုံးရင်းနဲ့ဒီရွာမှာပဲပေါ့နော်တစားကန်တွေဖမ်းမိပြီးတော့ဒီညီမတို့တပည့်ဦးဆောင်ကော်မတီတွေနေအိမ်တွေကိုလိုက်ပြီးတော့ပို့ခိုင်းတယ်လိုက်ပို့ခိုင်းပြီးတော့မှဒီညီမအိမ်အပါဝင်တခြားရဲဘော်2ဦးရဲ့အိမ်ရွာထဲမှာစုစုပေါင်း3အိမ်ပေါ့နော်အဖြတ်စီခံလိုက်ရပါတယ်ညီမတို့ကြေးရွာတွေမှာဆိုရင်ဒီလုံခြုံရေးအရာ ဒီကင်းဆောင်တဲ့အဖွဲ့ရှိရပေါ့နော်လူစိမ်းအဝင်အထွက်တွေကြီးတဲ့ဒီကင်းနဲ့နီးတဲ့ဘေးအိမ်နဲ့အိမ်ကိုလည်းတရက်ထဲမှာပဲစစ်ကောင်စီကမိရှုဖျက်ဆီးသွားပါတယ်ညီမအိမ်ကတရင်အတီးကြနဲ့နာမည်နဲ့တကွလာရောက်ပြီးတော့ဝင်ရောက်ဖျက်ဆီးခြင်းခံရပြီးတဲ့နောက်ညီမတို့နေထိုင်ရေးအဆင်မပြေတော့ပါဘူးအဲ့အတွက်ညီမတို့မိသားစုလိုက်ဒီရရှိစစ်ဆောင်ဖြစ်နေတခြားနေရာမှာရှိပြီးနေကြရပါတယ်ဒီနေ့ဒီချိန်ထိညီမတို့ကဒီလက်ရှိကာလမှာညီမတို့အိမ်ကအဖြက်စီခံရသေးတဲ့အနေအထားမှာပဲရှိသေးတယ်တခြားသောအပြစ်မဲ့ပြည်သူတွေရဲ့ဒီအသက်တွေဟာနေ့တူတူကညီမတို့တက်ဖြတ်ခံနေရတယ်လို့ဒီအပြစ်မဲ့ပြည်သူတွေရဲ့အိုးအိမ်စီးစိမ်တွေဖျက်ဆီးခံရတယ်မိရှုခံနေရတယ်ဒါတွေကနေ့တူတူကကျမတို့မြင်တွေ့ကြားတွေ့နေရတာတွေပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ပြီးရင်ဒီကလေးတငယ်တွေပါမကြမ်းတက်ဖြတ်နေတယ်အမျိုးသမီးတွေဆိုရင်လည်းဒီလိန်ချမ်းဖတ်မှုတွေပြုလုပ်တယ်အာမကျင့်ကြံပြီးတော့မှဒီရက်ဆက်စွာတက်ဖြတ်တယ်ပြီးရင်လမ်းဘေးတွေမှာပဲဒီရုပ်အလောင်းတွေကိုပြစ်ထားခဲ့တဲ့အနေအထားတွေထိအခုဆိုရင်ကျူးလွန်နေပြီပေါ့နော်ဒါတွေကိုထိရောက်စွာအရေးယူပေးဖို့ညီမတောင်းဆိုချင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံမှာခံစားနေကြရတာဒီကြီးလက်မကမျိုးပြတွေကပါမကြမ်းဒီတရားဥပဒေစိုးမိုးမှုဆိုတာလက်တလောမရှိဘူးဖြစ်နေတယ်
အားလုံးပေါင်းဒီဖန်ကန်နေအချင်းကနေပြီးတော့ဒီထောင်ထဲကိုပို့ခံနေအချင်းအားလုံးပေါင်း14ရက်ပေါ့နော်စစ်ကြောရေးမှာဖျက်ရတယ်ပေါ့ဒီပထမဆုံးဖန်ကန်နေညမှာတော့ကျွန်တော်အမျိုးသမီးလည်းအတူတူဖန်ကန်ရတာဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ပေါ့လေသူတို့ခွဲထားရပေါ့လေခွဲတယ်အဲ့ဒီမှာပဲညမနှစ်စတာရစပြီပေါ့စပြီရန်နေတာတွေလုပ်ပြီးပေါ့နော်လုပ်ပြီးတန်လက်နောက်ပြန်လက်ထက်ခတ်တယ်ပြီးတော့လေဘင်းနဲ့ကြိုးတုပ်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ကြိုးတုပ်တယ်ပြီးတော့ဒီတညလုံးပဲဒီညမနှစ်ဆက်တယ်ပေါ့အထူးသဖြင့်ကတော့သူတို့ကဘလို့ချင်းချောက်လဲဆိုတော့မင်းတခြားသူတွေဘယ်သူရှိလဲမင်းဖော်ပေါ့နော်မင်းတို့ဒီဘုတ်ဖောက်ခွေးတွေဘာလုပ်လဲဒါမျိုးပေါ့အစုံပေါ့သူတို့မင်းနေကြပုံစံတိုင်းမေးတယ်မပြောလို့ရှိရင်ပေါ့မင်းနဲ့တူတူပေါ့မပြောလို့ရှိရင်မင်းအမျိုးသမီးကိုပေါ့လေမင်းမမဒိန်ကျင်းပလိုက်မယ်ဆိုတာမျိုးချင်းချောက်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ချင်းချောက်တယ်ပြီးတော့သူတို့ရချင်တဲ့တည်င်းတွေကိုတညလုံးစစ်မိရပေါ့နော်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်အမျိုးသမီးကိုကြာတော့သူတို့တနေရာကိုခွဲထုတ်သွားတယ်ပေါ့ခွဲထုတ်သွားဆိုတော့သူတို့ဒီရဲစခန်းကစခန်းမှုနဲ့တန်ရာရဲတွေကိုလာခေါ်ခိုင်းနေပေါ့နော်အခြေခံအဖြစ်လဲဒီညမနှစ်စတဲ့နေရာမှာအမျိုးသားနဲ့အမျိုးသမီးဆိုကျွန်တော်တို့လက်ရှိအချင်းတွေတော့ကျွန်တော်အမျိုးသားတွေကိုဝတိကဖိုကတ်ကြတာဆိုလဲနည်းနည်းတော့ကျွန်တော်အမျိုးသမီးကတော့ဒီအဲ့ဒီညမှာကျွန်တော်ရှိမှာနည်းနည်းပါဆွဲလာချင်တာလောက်တာရဲ့ပြီးတော့ဒီနည်းနည်းအိမ်တွေပြအောင်ပေါ့လေနော်ပြီးတော့မဒိန်ချင်မယ်ဆိုကလုံးတွေပေါ့ပြီးတော့ဥမာပေါ့မကြောက်ဝမနာတာဆဲဆိုကျိန်မောင်းတာတွေပြီးအဲ့လောက်ပဲပြီးတော့ထိုးတာပေါ့နော်ထိုးတာကြိတ်တာအဲ့လောက်ပဲလုပ်ပြီးတော့သူ့ကိုတော့ခွဲထွက်သွားပါပေါ့နော်ခွဲထွက်သွားပြီးတော့သူရဲစခန်းကိုပို့လဲလို့ကျွန်တော်နောက်မှသိရတယ်ကျွန်တော်အိမ်နေညတညလုံးပဲမနာရဘူးပေါ့နော်မနာရဘူးခုနအိမ်ကျွန်တော်ဖန်ခိုင်းတဲ့အိမ်ကိုလည်းနှစ်ခေါက်ပေါ့လေပြန်ပြီးတော့အိမ်မှာပစ္စည်းတွေကိုဝင်ရှာလဲပြီးတော့မင်းတို့အချမ်းဘက်ဖွဲ့စည်းဆိုတော့ဆွဆွဲတယ်ဆွပြီးတော့သူတို့တညလုံးပဲပေါ့ねဒါလမ်းမှာရောအိမ်မှာရောပေါ့တောက်လျှောက်ညမနဲ့ဆက်တယ်အဲ့ဒီညမှာပဲကျွန်တော်ဖူမျက်နှာတွေရောခန္ဓာကိုယ်တွေရောဒီရစရာမရှိတော့အောင်ကျွန်တော်သူချင်းหนีသွားပေါ့နော်သူချင်းหนีသွားတယ်ပေါ့ဒါအဲ့ဒီညမှာကြော်လွန်တော့ဒီကျွန်တော်စကြောရေးကိုမနေ့ခေစောပို့ခံရတယ်ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်တို့မနေ့စာကျွေးတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဘလို့ကျွေးလဲဆိုတော့ဒီပေါင်မုံဆိုလဲပေါင်မုံကပေါင်မုံတစ်ခုကျွေးတယ်ပေါ့နော်မှုတွေတက်နေရပါတကယ်တော့ဆက်လက်စစ်စင်ရေးလို့ကျွန်တော်ယူဆပါတယ်ပေါ့နော်မစားနိုင်ပါဘူးလို့သွားတွေလည်းသွားတွေပါနေအကုန်ပြီဆိုလေသွားတွေလည်းနေပြီပါစက်လည်းမဟနိုင်တော့တဲ့အနေထားမျိုးလုံးလည်းကောင်းမဖွင့်တော့တဲ့အနေထားဆိုစားလည်းမစားနိုင်ပါဘူးဒါပေမဲ့မျိုးလုံးတစ်ဖက်ကပွင့်နေသေးတော့နည်းနည်းမြည်နေရသေးရပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်အားနေပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်စစ်ကြောရေးနန်းတွင်ပေါ့မန္တလေးနန်းတွင်စစ်ကြောရေးကိုပို့တယ်ပေါ့အဲဒီမှာလည်းမြို့သားကြီးခွဲထားရပေါ့ခွဲထားပြီးပေါ့ခွဲထားပြီးလို့ရှိရင်သူတို့လိုအပ်လို့ရှိရင်ခေါ်ထုတ်တယ်စစ်မိတယ်ရိုက်နေညမနှစ်ဆက်တယ်ဒါတော့သဘောဝဖြစ်နေကျွန်တော်တို့ပဲခံရတာမဟုတ်ဘူးနော်အားလုံးခံရတာပေါ့ပြီးတော့ဒီညဘက်တွေဆိုလို့ရှိရင်သူတို့မူးလာပြီဆိုလို့ရှိရင်သူတို့ဝင်လာပေါ့နော်ဝင်လာရဲ့တန်တကားတွေဖွင့်ပြီးတန်တကားနှစ်ထပ်ပေါ့ ပေါ့နော်ဝင်လာပြီးတော့အဲ့ဒါမှာသူတို့မထင်နေအခန်းတွေကိုဝင်ပြီးတော့ရိုက်တယ်ပေါ့သူတို့အဲ့ဒါတော့ညီမနဲ့ဆုံးမျိုးစုံပေါ့သူတို့ဒီတန်တုပ်ပေါ့နော်ပိုက်ဒီစွတ်ထားတဲ့ဟာပေါ့နော်အပြော့လေးစတဲ့တန်တုပ်တွေကိုရေပိုက်အပြော့လေးစွတ်ထားတဲ့ဟာနေအထူးသဖြင့်ရိုက်တယ်ပြီးတော့ဒီမီချိုးပေါ့နော်ဒီဝါယာချိုးကိုလိန်ထားတဲ့ဒီတမိုက်လောက်ပေါ့တမိုက်လောက်ရှိတဲ့အဲ့ကျိုးနေပေါ့လေအဓိကကြောတွေရင်ဘတ်တွေကိုအဓိကရိုက်တယ်ပေါ့နော်ရိုက်ပြီးတော့ဒါတရားလုံးမအိတ်နဲ့အောင်ညီမနှိမ့်ဆက်တယ်ပြီးတော့ဆဲဆူတယ်ပေါ့ဒါကတော့ပုံမှန်လုပ်နေကြသူတို့ရဲ့အလုပ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီအဲ့နန်းနွေးစကြောကြီးရဲ့သဘောတရားကကျွန်တော်နည်းနည်းပြောပြမယ်ပေါ့နော်သူကအခန်းကဒီအလျားကတော့သူက9ပေ10ပေလောက်ရှိမယ်ပေါ့နော်အလျား10ပေလောက်ရှိမယ်အနံကတော့ဒီ9ပေလောက်ပဲရှိမယ်ဗျအရင်မကျေဘူးပေါ့ဆိုချီတော့ကောင်းမလွတ်ချင်ဘူးဆိုတယ်နော်9ပေမကောက်6ပေပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်9ပေကျော်ဆိုတော့အဲ့လိုမျိုးဆိုတော့6ပေ10ပေလောက်ရှိမယ်ပြီးတော့နောက်မှာတစ်ခက်နောက်ဒီဟာလူဝင်မော့တချင်းနောက်မှာတစ်ခန်းရှိသေးအဲ့တစ်ခန်းထဲမှာတော့ဒီဘာမှမရှိပါဘူးဒီလိုမျိုးနန်ဆိုအမိုက်တွေရှိမယ်ပြီးတော့နန်ဆိုအဲ့ထဲမှာပဲဒီမစင်ပေါ့နော်မစင်သွားရတယ်စီသွားရတယ်ဒီထဲမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒီအခန်းကမစင်လည်းမသွားနိုင်ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒီတပတ်ကြော်လောက်ထီကမှတခါမှမစင်မသွားဘဲနေပဲနေနေစားလည်းမစားနိုင်ဘူးလေနော်စားလည်းမစားနိုင်တော့ကျတော့စိတ်တက်လည်းကြလူလည်းညမနှစ်စက္ကန့်မြေ့ပဲကြံတော့ဆိုတော့မစင်လည်းမသွားနိုင်ဘူးပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုလေအကြာကြီးနေခဲ့ရတော့အဲ့လိုနေရတဲ့ဟာပေါ့ပြီးတော့ဒီထဲမှာဆိုရင်ဒီသွေးတွေပေါ့နော်သွေးကွက်တွေကကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိရရဲဘော်တွေရဲ့သွေးတွေလည်းအများကြီးပေါ့နော်သွေးတွေအိုင်နဲ့သွေးကွက်တွေလက်ဝါးသွေးရာတွေအစုံပါပဲသွေးညီနဲ့တော့ဟောင်းထနေရပဲဒီထဲမှာဒီ3ယောက်ဒါမှလည်း4ယောက်ဒါလည်း1ယောက်2ယောက်အဲ့လိုမျိုးပေါ့နော်သူတို့လူကြိုက်ရင်ကြက်တယ်လို့လူရောရင်ရော့တယ်လို့အမျိုးထားပါပေါ့နော်ဆက်လေးလုံးဒီကွန်ကရစ်ပေါ်မှာပဲလှည့်ပြီးတော့နေရပါတိတ်လည်းမထိုင်နိုင်ဘူးလူကလည်းတော်တော်လေးဒီနေနေလို့ညီမနဲ့ဆက်ခံရတဲ့ခံနေရဆိုတော့ဒဏ်ရာလည်းပဲဒီညက်ရိုးတွေပြီးနံရိုးတွေကအဆောင်မအိတ်နိုင်ဘူးပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဆိုတစ်ဖက်လေးပဲနေအားပြပြီးနေရပါပေါ့အဲ့လိုဖြတ်တန်းရနေပြီးတော့ဒီနောက်ဆုံးသူတို့ကဒီညှင်းမနှိစက်တဲ့အချိန်မှာမေးတဲ့မိခွန်းတွေတော့အမျိုးမျိုးပဲဥမာဒီလက်နှစ်ဖက်ကိုကားခြေထောက်ကိုဆင်းပြီးတော့ဒီခြေထောက်ကိုဒလိန်လုံးနဲ့လှိမ့်နေဟာတွေကတပိုင်းပဲဗျသူတို့အဲ့ဒီအချိန်တွေမှာကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့စိတ်ဓာတ်တွေကိုရိုက်ချိုးပြီးမှသူတို့မေးချင်တဲ့ဟာတွေကိုမေးဖြစ်ချင်းသူတို့အဲ့ဆိုအဲ့ဒါကိုသူတို့စာယူရတယ်ပြီးတော့အဲ့ဒါနေပြီးတော့တင်မယ်လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ပြောသွားရပါတော့ပြီးအဲ့မျိုးယူသွားပြီးတော့အဲ့လိုမျိုးတွေယူပြီးမှပဲဒီနန်းနွေးစကြောရနေပြီးတော့ဒီမန္တလေးအိုးကိုအချင်းထောင်ပုံမယ်ပေါ့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကန်ကောင်းပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတချို့ဆိုရင်လနေချီပြီးတော့2လ3လနေရတဲ့ရဲဘော်တွေလည်းရှိရပေါ့ကျွန်တော်တို့တော့6လနှစ်ပတ်ပဲနေရပါတော့ဒီ6လနေခဲ့တဲ့ရဲဘော်တွေဆိုရင်ကျွန်တော်တို့တဲ့အရင်ရောက်တယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ထောင်ရောက်ပြီးတော်ကြာမှသူတို့ရောက်လာမျိုးလည်းရှိရပေါ့နော်တချို့လည်းထောင်ထဲမှာနည်းနည်းစကြောရေးထဲမှာပျောက်သွားတဲ့သူတွေရှိရမှာဥမာဒီ94လမ်းဖြစ်စဉ်ကဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ဒီကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိတဲ့အချိန်ည9 နာရီလောက်ပေါ့နော်အခန်းတော့မတူတော့ညလဲမှောင်တော့လူတော့မမြင်ရဘူးပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့ခေါ်သွားတယ်ဒီခေါ်သွားပြီးတော့ပျောက်ဆုံးသွားပေါ့ခေါ်သွားတဲ့အချိန်တွေမှာကျွန်တော်တို့အုတ်တိုင်းလေးချားနှမ်းပြီးတော့ဟိုဘက်အုတ်တိုင်းမှာသူတို့အိမ်ညမှာပဲဇိုင်းနှက်နေတဲ့အတန်ပေါ့လေတဖုံဖုံနေပဲစူညင်နေပဲဒီဒုတ်ဆိုတဲ့အတန်ကြီးကပါပေါ့ဆိုတော့ခေါင်းလေးကိုရိုက်ပြီးအယူလေးကိုရိုက်ပြီးဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အဲ့မှာသူတို့အော်ဟစ်နေတဲ့အတန်ကြီးကတကယ်ငရဲခမ်းလို့ပဲအဲ့လိုအနေပြီးတော့သူတို့နောက်နေ့ကျွန်တော်စီပြန်မလာတော့ဘူး
Thank you so much for your attention. Now may I invite Ms. Hafsa Tamisuddin to also share with us her personal testimony. Thank you. Shall I go to the front? Yeah, sure, please.
Thank you very much. So my name is Hafsa. I have lived in displacement for about 16 years of my life. Of course, I was born in Myanmar, by the way, and I lived there for more than 2 decades, experiencing many different levels of discrimination, exclusion, and oppression, like many other Rohingyas. I was born in a small place nearby a town called Chokto Township. In early 2009, I decided to leave because before I left from my country, I was in Rangoon. At some point, I decided to come to Rangoon. I thought life would be slightly better in Rangoon than Arakan. But then I could never find a place to sleep over any place because it's called in Myanmar, Asian. So if I am being in another town or village, rather than from the village where I was born, I need special permit to sleep. So nobody from Rangoon wanted to host me for the night. And every single night, I live in fear of being arrested by the immigration and put in jail for no reason, simply because I tried to seek for a better life for myself. Then I decided I have to flee in 2009, and of course, I did not have the privilege of traveling like many others through flight or whatever, so I had to take the risky journey through Malaysia and Thailand. But I have to tell you, my journey is not unique. Millions of my people have to take the same risky journey as mine to escape from unmitigated persecution and unscapable mass atrocity. As I sought refuge in Malaysia, I walked directly with the Rohingya people keep finding themselves in a circle of human rights abuse. And I saw many precursors to violence and mass atrocity being repeated in Malaysia, where over about 100,000 of my people now reside. It is clear that unless violence, genocide, and impunity end in Myanmar, we have no way out. Through the most recent genocidal campaign of 2017, captured the attention of international community. This all began in 1942, where the flood of violence never stopped until today. Through many discriminatory policies and practices, our community has been entirely disempowered and rendered defenseless. My focus today will be on the manifestation of military's intent to annihilate Rohingya in 2016 and 2017. First, the military junta moved 33rd and 99th Light Infantry into the region, impairing to be conducting a joint operation between Myanmar Army, Navy, and Air Force. Both divisions then moved northward and westward to surround the areas around Rathidaung and Mount Do. These soldiers told villagers and townspeople that they were there to clear the area of any criminals and terrorists accusing Rohingya of harboring bad people in their midst. The order was that any suspicious individual should be shot dead and the village burned down. In the writer's interview, the local elder who was at the meeting with the commander of the 99th Infantry Division, he was told, if we find any terrorists, we will burn your village to ashes. Your future generation won't last. At the same meeting, he also said, we behave very badly in Kachin. They are the citizens of this country, but you are not. So you can only imagine how we will be. Soon after that, the military began the process they call clearance operation against alleged terrorists who attacked 12 police posts where the level retaliation could never be justified. Hate campaigns against Rohingya are fully enforced with language like Muslim dogs were used. U.S. State Department determination of Rohingya atrocity of genocides points to specific instances. Intent is evident in the preparatory steps that soldiers took in the days leading up to the atrocities. In the villages of Maunu, for example, soldiers started by confiscating Rohingyas' kitchen knives and machetes. Then they imposed a curfew. Then they tied pieces of red clothes outside of the homes of Rohingya and at the local mosque. And then, only then did the killing start. I would like to point the specific plight of 10 Rohingya men and boys from Indian village, where the men tried to flee to nearby forests but were captured by the 33rd Light Infantry. The police and local were kind. Buddhists joined forces to burn down Rohingya houses. The 10 men that were captured were later on shot and hacked to death before being burned down, dumped into a shell grave. So those killings were photographed and taped and published online by the killers and perpetrators. In northern Mangdo, especially in Minji and Tolatoli, the soldiers tore through the villages and rounded Rohingya up into courtyards, separating the men and women, before systematically murdering men over the next few hours, before killing and raping Rohingya women and children. Dead bodies of Rohingyas killed were piled onto trucks and driven away to be thrown into mass graves. Over 400 villages were burned to the ground, then bulldozed in early 2018 to destroy any remnants of Rohingya existence in those areas. According to UNHCR numbers, 840,000 people were forced to flee from their homeland in Arakan and take refuge in the nearby Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, that became the largest refugee camp in the world. The situation and conditions in the camps deteriorate in each passing day, where women and children bear the brunt of this impunity, as well as in many other neighboring countries like Malaysia and Thailand, etc. For 600,000 Rohingya left in Arakan, Myanmar, their plight has not changed. They continue to live under repression and all the precursors of violence and genocides intact, especially arbitrary arrests. This year alone, 3,841 Rohingyas were arbitrarily arrested for crossing over the imaginary line drawn by the junta, 39% of which are women. It has not changed and will not change for us unless Myanmar is rid of the military junta in its ideology. And I also want to highlight everywhere, wherever we are now, whether it's in IDP camps in Myanmar, refugee camp in host country nearby, we continue to experience xenophobia. We continue to experience exclusion, discrimination in many ways. And many of our people are in detention in refugee camps. And we are not being treated with the human dignity that we deserve. So our forward looking and what we are hoping is that with all of you together, standing in solidarity, to get our freedom and liberation one day and to go home. That's that we wear today. We get it as a gift yesterday from the meeting that we have, and many of our sisters are, wearing. So that represents the freedom, and then give to us with the hope that we will also get it one day. We stand in solidarity with the people from West Papua and with all of you here in this room together. Thank you. It's Timor. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Dear friends, distinguished participants, thank you so much for your attention. As we conclude the testimonies, just also let me make a note that we were unable to include testimony from Karen State, where the bombing is non-stop. There's a rise of enforced disappearance cases in Karen State, but due to the time constraint and everything, that we were not able to include it. Just want to inform you about that. So with the time that we have for our next step of the public hearing, we would like to invite our panel of experts we will have a break, of course. Yes, we will have a break for 10 minutes. If that's okay with you all, please, of course, feel free to also bring your coffee. And then in next 10 minutes, we will start the second panel on the experts' assessment on ASEAN's approach to Myanmar crisis. But as we take the break, Laura, please raise your hand. Laura will be accompanying our panel of experts for the public hearing to another private meeting, as after you will have a little break, coffee break and all. But all of you, those who are also online, and also those who are, of course, with us in person, in 10 minutes, we will come back and reconvene. So please have a little break. Thank you so much again for your attention.
Apa kabar?
Sama tinggi karena ini.
May I please have your time? I hope that the 10 minutes break could freshen up your mind after watching some nerve-wracking video. And I'm also very glad to see that the forum has its own internal discussions. I think I will also hope for more discussions ahead after this forum. So, I would like to request for all participants who are still outside the venue could come inside as we will re-begin our event today. Okay. So, without taking more of your time, thank you very much for still participating up until this moment. And yes, the video was very emotional and a huge nerve wrack. how the video testimony and how it was compiled to a huge amount of effort for its methodology, as well as how it clearly tells all of the participants who are witnessing here, online and also offline, that advanced, implementative, concrete, and collaborative actions shall be implemented ASAP. And now we would like to move on into our next agenda. For this agenda, I would like to call upon our great moderator, Debbie Stothard, the coordinator and also founder of ASEAN Burma. Debbie, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Nadine. Folks, that was very intense this morning. Hearing voices from the ground, people who were sharing some very horrific and yet very courageously sharing their vulnerability with us. And while the experts for that panel are sitting together and deliberating on their findings, we are now going to start another expert panel. We are filled with experts this morning. And I'm so glad that I get to moderate the expert panel on ASEAN's approach and responses to the multidimensional crisis in Myanmar. Today, for this session, we have amazing, much loved and much respected experts weighing in. I'd like to invite the people in person, starting with Ibu Eva. Please come make yourself comfortable. Ajahn Titinan and Salai Zaugling. Paging Salai Zauglin. Have we got him? Yes, we got to round him up. Okay, and joining us online are Evelyn Asua, a lawyer from the Philippines, and Ibu Adelina Kamal. I'm going to introduce them at greater length as we go through the different analysis that these amazing experts are going to share with us. I'm going to leave a seat available for Salai Zaugling, and while I'm big, I only need one chair, so this can go somewhere else. Come, please be seated, sir. And I would also remind those people joining us online that we actually have some very wonderful assistants monitoring your questions and comments, and I'll be checking for those questions. Yeah, but also if you're already here in the room, raise your hand. So I'm going to start with Ibu Eva Kusuma Sundari. Now, Ibu Eva is a former member of the Indonesian House of Representatives. She was previously president of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Caucus for Democracy in Myanmar, AIPMC, which evolved into the ASEAN Parliamentarians for Human Rights, APHR, of which she is board treasurer. So she's the money lady for a very important regional organization. Not in your hand. No, you are doing the transparency and accountability. Now, Ibu Eva, the ASEAN Charter, adopted in 2007, committed the organization to the principles of democracy, the rule of law, good governance, and respect for and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms. How should Indonesia and ASEAN center these principles in an updated strategy on Myanmar? Over to you.
I will focus on the recent leadership of Indonesia. Yeah. We raised our hope very high when Indonesia became a leader of ASEAN. And especially because each of us knows that it was Indonesia who pronounced that 5 consensus. But then we realized that Indonesia didn't make any big progress movement. And whenever we approach, APHR visited the foreign minister twice, for in a courtesy call. And Ibu Retno always said, we did a lot, but silently. We also outreach new parties such as NUG, which never been approached before, but later we learned that actually there is no big changes. So in conclusions, I think the 5 consensus failed, and Indonesia should do more than they are doing right now. We propose Indonesia to organize international meeting on Myanmar, and we hope that the seminar on the meetings will be the milestones for the following leaders of ASEAN, but it didn't happen. So I'm sorry to say that Indonesia has really failed us, and we cannot expect more with the next leaders of ASEAN. But we understand also that ASEAN has divided, those who are in Mekong rivers and those who are outside the mainland. And I think Indonesia somehow cannot manage that they to have a big milestones during the leadership of Indonesia. And as a feminist, I'm so sad, because if we refer to the 5 principles of Indonesia, and the 5 principles, especially principle number 2, humanity, the issue of discriminations, not only based on ethnicity or state, but also in women's, must be upheld, and then not to make our country set back, and always hide behind the principle of non-interference. It's really against our constitutions and against Pancasila, because in the principle number 2, whenever it comes to deal with the oppressions based on nation to nations, or also individual to individual, Indonesia must do some things, not only within Indonesia but also internationally. That's why then Indonesia proudly said always, we against the oppressions of Palestinians, but why not then do the same or take the same positions to Myanmar situation? So in the future, we cannot rely on ASEAN. We must include broader parties, and we do hope that UN will take some actions, not rely or leave it to the ASEAN mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Eva, for emphasizing that we cannot rely on ASEAN. ASEAN cannot solve the problem itself for so many reasons, including for its tendency to act even against the constitutional and ideological principles of Indonesia, and in fact against its own principles in the ASEAN Charter. So, and also thank you for noting that discrimination and exclusion of women, as we saw women being targeted for conflict-related sexual violence in the video testimonies, still remain a huge problem, and we have not been able to address that in the 5-point consensus. Thank you again, and folks, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask online, and we will come back to them when everyone has spoken. Now, I need to. I know that I can always introduce Professor Dr. Titinan Vansudirak quite easily, because for most of us concerned with regional matters, especially on ASEAN, he is the go-to person. He is a political analyst commenting on regional issues and ASEAN's performance on a range of things for more than 2 decades. I wouldn't say 3 decades, because that will be saying he's a bit older, but yeah, at least 2 decades. Ajahn Titinan is professor at the Faculty of Political Science at Chulalongkorn University, And I wanted to ask you this question. You have been very vocal in your analysis of ASEAN's handling of the Myanmar crisis. How can ASEAN redeem itself?
Okay, thank you. And also I want to say that the video we saw this morning is very moving and disturbing. And I think it needs to be seen in the wider world. And also I want to thank the organizers for inviting me here. I've been very engaged, and it's something I really care about, Myanmar. Look, I mean, I've been studying ASEAN since 1985, and this is, I think, is the weakest point of ASEAN, the lowest point of ASEAN. If you look at the trajectory of ASEAN, the 1990s, the new membership, Vietnam, Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia in 1999. In 2000s, really the ASEAN high point, culminating with the ASEAN Charter in 2007, 2008. And in the Charter, of course, as Debbie mentioned, this gave ASEAN a legal entity, a document, and it had, the 3 pillars, and we used to talk a lot about the political security, economic community, socio-cultural, and all of that. And the ASEAN Charter has provisions for rights and freedoms and democratization and so on. I think it has been now pretty much invalidated on the ground. ASEAN has been weak prior to the coup on February 1st, 2021 in Myanmar. And the structure, the dynamics of ASEAN is that when you have the great powers, when the great powers are at relative peace and in relative balance, ASEAN is stronger. When the great powers are at odds, in conflict, and out of balance, then ASEAN tends to be more divided. We saw that in the Cold War. We're seeing this since 2012, as with the rise of Xi Jinping and the U.S.-China tensions leading to confrontation and conflict. So ASEAN is at the weakest point now. There's not a lot of oxygen and attention in the international community. With the United Nations, they're very concerned, of course, with the Russian aggression against Ukraine. In the region, U.S.-China conflict, South China Sea. So Myanmar, I'm afraid to say that it's really left on its own. If something's going to happen in Myanmar, ASEAN can be relied upon to maybe put up a few guardrails, maybe a little bit of pressure on Min Aung Hlaing, the SAC. I think that now with the new government in Thailand, and I've written about this and spoken about this, that the old way that ASEAN works with consensus, informality, non-interference, that cannot hold anymore. I think with Laos chairmanship next year, it will be a minimalist chairmanship. This year, we really had a lot of hopes for the Indonesian chairmanship. I think it's fallen short. But on Myanmar, I don't blame the Indonesian leadership, because when you have a intransigent military dictator like Min Aung Hlaing, who's as you see on the video, leading a regime, heinous, atrocious regime, killing his own people, it's just there's not much you can do except on the ground. So for ASEAN, I'll just say 2 points before I conclude. We have to work in a different way. So with the new government in Thailand, which is very controversial, the way it has been formed, but nevertheless it is better than the outgoing government under General Prayut. This is a military strongman who has been in power in Thailand for 9 years. So seeing the back of him cannot come soon enough. So with the new government, a lot of controversy, but in the Foreign Affairs Ministry, in the Foreign Affairs portfolio, I think we will see a qualitative shift, a strategic reorientation of Thailand's foreign policy. The new Prime Minister, Serta, already mentioned that he wants to see Thailand play a role in the region again and regaining its international space in the wider world. So it's a good omen. I think the new Prime Minister at least is cosmopolitan, internationalized. Domestic politics, of course, very contentious, But in foreign affairs, in foreign policy, there is an opportunity now for Thailand to make that shift and join and aligned with Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore. These are the three main countries that have stuck with the 5-point consensus, and the Philippines to a lesser extent. If you have the 5 original core members of ASEAN aligning on the 5-point consensus, which has been overtaken by events on the ground, but the 5PC is still the benchmark to go by, because it includes all the signatories of the 10 member states, including Senior General Min Aung Hlaing. He signed on to it, but completely reneged on it. So I think that if the 5 core members can align and pressure and stick with the 5-point consensus, and the consensus does, when it came out, it for that time, it was useful. Now it's been overtaken by events, but I still think that the humanitarian assistance, envoy, delegation visit, inclusive dialogue, that all still can be put on the table, is still constructive. So I hope that with the new government in Bangkok, we can realign and recalibrate, reconfigure the ASEAN mix. We don't have a lot of hopes on Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, doing very much, saying many things about what's happening in Myanmar, but the core original 5 can. The other thing I would mention is I want to just emphasize that this is a very different kind of conflict and war in Myanmar than we're used to. When I was reading the concept note, and of course I've known Debbie for many years, and Kinoma, and a lot of friends and colleagues in the international civil society and INGOs, NGOs for many years. When I read the concept note, I thought this is like from the 1990s, the 2000s, the pre-Thein Sein era, and that whole decade from 2011 to 2021, that decade of political liberalization, economic reform, development progress. It has its shortcomings, but it was a promising decade, there's no doubt. And it has been basically unplugged. So now the conflict is not like the 1990s, 2000s, when we have days of military bashing and all these atrocities that we need to air, definitely, we need to voice. But now the civil war will decide the future of Myanmar. So my point here, I think a little bit of an admonishment is to start thinking about how to win the civil war and what to do thereafter. The PDFs are actually winning, and the video is just so disturbing, right? I mean, the people that have been raped and tortured, and all the sufferings we saw related to the PDFs. I mean, the military is going after the PDFs and using them as a kind of signposts and tools to get at the PDF. So the civil war, how to win it, and I think the tide is turning slowly on the ground. So there are a lot of issues with the civil war. I mean, the ethnic armed organization, the EAOs, but the PDFs are really the key. And then, if this tide can shift, and we're talking about military battlefield, the battlefield balance will decide the future of Myanmar, not about our talks and our statements and so on. And that is a different proposition. And then after that, along the way, you have to kind of win the civil war and work alongside so that when the war is won, either the military will cave in, the PDFs will triumph, and they're winning on the ground, but they don't have the big guns, the especially anti-aircraft weaponry. And then, what happens to Myanmar? I mean, this is really a conundrum. The NUG, I think, has to be more compelling. I think we don't have the leadership that Aung San Suu Kyi used to embody. And then the working with the various EAOs, the PDFs across the country, and then very complex issues like Rakhine State. So the two things we need to do is how to win the civil war, and then what happens to Myanmar thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajahn Titinan. So this is interesting because Ibu Eva says the 5-point consensus has failed. Ajahn Tizinan says that we can still recalibrate, we can still reorganize the 5-point consensus. But the big question is, why is ASEAN backing the losing side, which is also happens to be the illegal side? Ajahn Tizinan is reminding us that the civil war on the ground is being won by the resistance forces. And but we can actually look at ASEAN in terms of whether it prolongs the devastation of civil war by giving more aid and more legitimacy to the illegal and losing side, or whether it can actually recalibrate and wake up to the reality that what's happening in Myanmar is going to affect what's happening in ASEAN. Next speaker we have is joining us online. Do we have Adelina Kamal in the Zoom room?
Hello.
Hi, Adelina. You're like the voice of God. And the voice of God. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
You cannot see me?
Oh, now we can see you. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Ibu Adelina Kamal, the former Executive Director of the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance, known as the AHA Center. Respected globally for her extensive work on disaster management and humanitarian work and policy, Adelina was on the ground in Myanmar in the wake of Cyclone Nargis in 2008 and has kept up with developments on Myanmar since then. She joins us this morning as an independent analyst and strategist on international policy development. Ibu Adelina, when ASEAN named the AHA Center as the body to address the humanitarian crisis resulting from the coup in Myanmar, you said it was like expecting a rambutan tree to bear a durian fruit. 2 years later, is ASEAN still backing up the wrong tree? What is the way forward, especially in addressing the humanitarian crisis? Over to you for the next intensive 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Debbie. Good morning. Greetings. Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi. I'm sorry that I cannot join you in person. But I'm glad that you are all safe in my country, and I would like to congratulate the organizers, Progressive Voice, Forum Asia, and many others, the Indonesian as well as Myanmar civil society for coming up with this event, this wonderful event. I also feel heartbroken and really sad listening to the testimonies from the witnesses from the ground. And I think it is important for us to keep reminding ourselves of the people, the very people that we are all trying to help in this crisis. I'm obviously Indonesian. I come from Jakarta, Indonesia. If you are outside, please wear masks because our air pollution has reached the hazardous level, something that we are not proud of. I have a presentation, Debbie, so I'd like to share my screen, and I'm going to share the first slide that is about barking the wrong tree. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, and very vividly too.
So I love both fruit, but expecting a rambutan tree to bear a durian fruit actually came from my husband, and he's the master of explaining complex stuff into something simple. And I was, we were having breakfast, and I tried to kind of ask his opinion, how to explain, the situation where I was in when AHA Center was tasked to provide humanitarian assistance to the crisis-affected people as part of the 5-point consensus, ASEAN 5-point consensus. So then this is what he said. You cannot expect a rambutan tree to bear durian fruit. Now, I'm going to dwell more about it. And basically, I'm saying that it is not the right mechanism. It's not that we don't want the job. We had no options because it was actually given directly by the ASEAN leaders, and of course there was no consultation. But really, it's not the right mechanism. You cannot use the disaster management mechanism and its tool to address human rights violation, crime against humanity, genocide, apartheid, state's failure to protect civilians, refugees, and forced migration, among others. It's the wrong mechanism. What you see on the left was the Aceh that was hit, Aceh province of Indonesia hit by tsunami in 2004. And what you see on the right is strikes in Sagaing. Perhaps you'll see devastation. It's almost the same, damaged buildings and so on and so forth. But the root cause of the problem is different. And therefore, do not use the rambutan tree to bear durian fruit. It's exactly what I have been saying, not the right mechanism. Now, it's not an issue of lacking of capacity or experience, responding to conflict or financial resources. No. I would argue with that because some people have said, AHA Center doesn't have the money, AHA Center doesn't have the operational capacity and experience responding to conflict. No, it's bullshit. It's not about financial resources. It's not about AHA Center operational capacity and readiness. It's the fact that there is policy framework in ASEAN that it's the fact that there is no policy framework in ASEAN that can guide humanitarian assistance or humanitarian action resulted from political crisis, where the so-called authority, de facto authority, is the major source of violence. It's really the absence of this important mechanism, and it points out to the way ASEAN is making decision. Okay. I'm sorry for my language earlier. I cannot help it. Now, the multiple crises in the region, including the humanitarian stalemate in Myanmar, including the conflict in Myanmar, should have provided an impetus for ASEAN to radically transform the way ASEAN is handling crisis. Now, it's not that we are not aware of it or we don't know how to do it. Believe me, in ASEAN, we have enough people, that actually are thinking practitioners within the ASEAN community, inside the ASEAN circle, also outside the ASEAN circle, whoever you are, who are ASEANers. You know what to do. We know what to do. And this question actually have been asked decades ago by one of the Secretary Generals of ASEAN, and he's from the Philippines, the late Rodolfo Severino Jr., the ASEAN Secretary General of ASEAN in 1998 and 2002. And he asked this question, this pertinent question. Basically, he was a excellent speaker and writer. He asked, what if the conflict does occur within the country in a form and to a degree that threatens other countries in Southeast Asia? Happening right now. In this light, what norms are there to invoke? Would there be any? Could there be any? So this is actually the right question to be asked. Even some decades ago, we've got this question. And it's not only Secretary General Rodolfo Severino who asked that question. Many others already asked the question. But the issue is whether we want to actually address and really answer this very difficult question. Now, so after I left ASEAN system, I was inside the system for almost 30 years, 3 decades, including 5 years leading the AHA Center as the executive director. I left ASEAN in August 2000. I left the AHA Center in August 2021, and I tried to abandon ASEAN, kind of like leave, not stop thinking about ASEAN, but I cannot. And I think this is my message to every ASEANer in the room and in this call. Stop. There was a message, okay, we should not rely on ASEAN anymore. I disagree. if we give up on ASEAN, and this has also been the message to young people in Myanmar, if you give up on ASEAN, you let ASEAN off the hook. And that is not good for us, because then, then they will like, okay, we have nothing to do, okay, we don't have to change. No, don't give up on ASEAN. Be a tough lover of ASEAN. Be a critical lover and loving critic of ASEAN. Now, I'm going to answer your question. What is the solution? And what should actually be the ASEAN way? I have written some articles, about 7 articles exclusively on Myanmar, and I'm going to share some of the highlights of the article. Basically, as I said, in relation to rambutan tree and durian tree, that there is an absence of a mechanism in terms of the decision making when ASEAN should deal with the crisis when the de facto authority is a party to the conflict and source of violence. And the mechanism that has to actually been used, which is the AHA Center, is based on an agreement called the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, developed with the principle that the government of the disaster-affected country is part of the decision-making process. But this is where the problem is, because the government, the so-called government of the disaster-affected country, is not only illegitimate and illegal, but also unconstitutional by the charter. And they are still part of the decision-making when it comes to humanitarian assistance in Myanmar. And also the agreement, the disaster management agreement, is based on the request made by the government or consent to offers of assistance. And the government, so-called government, also exercises the direction and control of assistance. So this is the very basic thing that actually ASEAN should look at. First of all, the disaster management agreement cannot be used. AHA Center cannot be used because of this principle. The agreement was developed with an Indian Ocean tsunami in mind, and also with the understanding that the government is not killing and raping and destroying their own people. So what actually ASEAN should do is making a decision, what should we do if one of the members that represent the Myanmar people are killing their own people? Okay? And not only killing, no, illegitimate, illegal, and unconstitutional by the charter. Okay, so it's the very basic question that unless ASEAN dares to answer, I think the humanitarian assistance will continue to be considered as a political game. Okay. Now, my solution, right? My solution, and this was written before I went to the field, but based on my interviews and my understanding, this was written in October. If the de facto authority continues to hamper access to the affected people, and if there is trust deficit in ASEAN, is it not better that assistance channeled as directly as possible to the affected people through non-state local humanitarian actors that the people already trust? Because in a conflict like what's happening in Myanmar, those providing assistance and how assistance is being provided is much more important than the aid itself. Okay, and then I wrote again in February 2022. The issue here that often people say it is a humanitarian crisis. No, it's actually political crisis. And then also another issue, I think not only ASEAN, the international community too has been hallucinating as if that the military will actually allow access for us to go to the communities severely killed by the junta. I think that's a complete hallucination. And there needs to be a paradigm shift that access from Yangon Airport and seaport is old school. It's not the way to go. So my question here, can ASEAN, the 9 ASEAN, creatively change this paradigm and then expand the humanitarian assistance and allow for humanitarian assistance to come in, but without having to seek permission from the junta? Why are you asking the so-called owner of the house, the guardian of the house, that is not guarding their own people, but guarding their children? You want to come in asking permission through that owner of the house? No, you go to other windows at the backyard, whatever it is, to get the aid in. And that is through the locally led approach. Okay. How long do I have more, Debbie?
You're almost out of time, but we still want to listen to you. So please, 2 or 3 minutes.
So apart from the other article I also wrote for the ODI, the Overseas Development Institute, and this is based on my visit to the border. I'm humanitarian. I'm a disaster manager. I have to, put my feet on the ground and to see it myself. And my conclusion is the same. Work exclusively through the non-state actors. Do not work through the junta. Do not do both. Do not do parallel tracks. Or if you cannot do any of the above, just leave Myanmar entirely and support, the revolution and the resistance from the outside. Total disengagement from the junta. I'm going to speed up. Now, there are other approaches than being discussed, and I would like to encourage everyone to really look at it. People have been saying about humanitarian corridors. Even some people asked me while I was still the executive director of AHA Center, "Oh, Adelina, can AHA Center manage humanitarian corridors with the UN?" That's absolutely nonsense. We have seen it in Ukraine. We have seen it in Syria after the earthquake affecting Turkey as well. Top-down humanitarian corridors won't work because that is basically hallucinating that Russia will cooperate with Ukraine. And also hallucinating that the Syrian regime will also cooperate with the non-state actors. It's basically, it should be avoided for the Myanmar crisis. So number one, no. Inclusive humanitarian forum, that is being floated on the table. And I think right now it probably has taken another shape. But I would also like to challenge this because inclusive humanitarian forum, actually, the way I say it, at least in the first iteration, promotes for dual tracking, working with both, the junta as well as the non-state local actors. Now, it is very, very dangerous. Therefore, my conclusion is still locally led humanitarian approach. This is very difficult for ASEAN to do because it is moving ASEAN away from the current state-centric approach to people-centric approach, building on the capacity of local aid providers and the local governance structure. But if you want to focus on what to do after the revolution wins, this is actually the best approach because it will eventually lead to sustainable peace and capability and resilience of the local people. You're building the peace of the country from now on by supporting the locally led humanitarian approach. Then I wrote about it together with Kin Omar and Osase, where after we went to New York and DC, basically, saying the same thing. And then recently, I wrote for the Jakarta Post, and this is where I would like to agree with the professor. Do not ditch the 5-1 consensus. This is all ASEAN has, but it doesn't mean that we should agree with it. There has to be an implementation plan developed, and that needs to be developed with the others. And we need to reframe it, but not ditch it. If ditch it, you don't have anything else to push ASEAN. The issue here, do not throw ASEAN out. No, push ASEAN, ask them to reframe the 5-point consensus in a way that is inclusive and involving the other elements of the society. Keep pushing the boundaries. If you are inside ASEAN, keep pushing the boundaries. Don't tell me that the boundaries of ASEAN cannot be pushed, because I was within ASEAN for nearly 3 decades. And ASEAN cannot be defined, and we cannot only work in ASEAN based on the limitation that ASEAN has. But it is also important for those outside ASEAN, people like you, the civil society, people like us, to push for reform, because it is very rare that transformative change, that radical change will happen from within. Transformative change normally happens when there is external pressure coming from the outside. It's like rebellion versus the empire. It's like Gojek versus the Bluebird. It's like Airbnb versus the hotel industry. So keep continuing under pressure, but do not give up on ASEAN. Change from the outside. Change the paradigm that access can only be obtained from Yangon or Naypyidaw. Change the paradigm that it should be state-centric, because the state that we are talking about is illegitimate, illegal, and unconstitutional. Go to the basic. If you are not... Okay, my Siri is talking. So if we are not able to support humanitarian resistance, at least be pragmatic about it, be on the winning side, because the revolution is winning. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your generous time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Adelina. And it really builds on what Ibu Eva and Professor Titinan have been saying, that ASEAN needs to change, and that you have really pushed the envelope on that with regard to humanitarian aid. The ASEAN can we generate enough pressure so that ASEAN has the courage to change? Now moving on to the next speaker who also joins us online, the next expert, Evelyn Asua. Can our Zoom coordinator pull up Evelyn? Is Evelyn there? Yeah. Let me introduce Evelyn. Attorney Evelyn Asua is an independent human rights lawyer from the Philippines. She has 3 decades experience in the defense of the human rights of women and children, including strategic litigation and drafting legislation, as well as academic work. She is the recipient of the Outstanding Women in the Nation Service Award. Attorney Evelyn, ASEAN has sought itself to brand itself as a people-centered community. And Ibu Adelina was just talking about the need to move from state-centric to people-centric approach in the context of humanitarian aid. So, in your assessment, how people-centered has ASEAN's actions been in the context of dealing with the Myanmar crisis? Over to you for the next 10 minutes, Evelyn.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning to everyone. I think I heard a common thread among all the speakers, but I think there are also differences among us in how we view ASEAN and the role of the ASEAN. So let me just offer a critical view of the role of the ASEAN and its mechanisms, as well as all the ASEAN people in addressing the situation in Myanmar. And let me start by saying that those of us who have worked long in the human rights field know full well that governmental bodies in its processes and results have its limits. For example, when we demand from government response within the realities of its workings, we cannot deny that government, when we deal with it, it controls the narrative to a large extent. It also controls the results. In critical legal thought, we have been cautioned against allowing the state to control the narrative, to control the agenda, to control the action. And so I ask if at this point, should we not ask, and I guess this is beyond the situation in Myanmar, should we not ask ourselves if we have become too focused and too dependent upon the state or groups of states like the ASEAN to achieve our human rights objectives? In the history of the ASEAN, and I'd like to refer to what the other speakers have already said, when has it ever become the leader in progressive human thought and action? The professor has referred to the internal power dynamics within the ASEAN and the character of the ASEAN governments. And so given that the internal power dynamics as well as the character of the ASEAN governments, it should make us ask if realistically we could expect a dramatic and decisive action from the ASEAN to address the situation in Myanmar. And let me just clarify that this is not to say that we should abandon the principle of state accountability. This is not to say that we should abandon the obligations of the ASEAN states and the formal commitments of the ASEAN intergovernmental bodies with respect to human rights in general and the situation in Myanmar in particular. But if we examine, for example, how international human rights bodies have worked with respect to our concerns in the last 50 years or so, we can say that international human rights instruments have become mere paper talking points in regard to human rights protection. Right now, we can say that the workings of the international human rights bodies, as well as international human rights organizations, have become hostage to geopolitics. And I refer to the situation in Ukraine in relation to Russia and what's going on there. On the ground, these human rights instruments and the international human rights bodies tasked to monitor their implementation have had no significant impact on the realities of peoples, and particularly in Myanmar. And so let me just point out that whatever significant gains we've had in the human rights field, I consider as the products of the long struggles of people's movements in the domestic setting. And I relate this to what has already been said. Those gains were not the products of international human rights instruments or international developments per se. This has been our experience, for example, in the Philippines. While our government had implemented changes in the past, those changes did not come about simply because the UN adopted a treaty or that our government ratified it. Those changes came about because there was a movement that pushed those changes. Similarly, if we consider the state of the human rights movement, for example, and I speak of the situation in the Philippines, which may be similar in other countries, I can say that the moribund state of our human rights movement coincides with the rise of authoritarianism, the widespread human rights violations, and continuing neglect of the many issues that have hounded our people for decades. So in answer to your question, Debbie, this is my thinking. If we are to address in a meaningful and genuine manner the situation in Myanmar, a real hope is not in the ASEAN. A real hope is not in the ASEAN intergovernmental bodies or mechanisms who receive instructions from the ASEAN governments. Our real hope is in our peoples. And I say that history is instructive in this regard. So we have to recall, for example, the lessons of how Timor-Leste won its independence. And that shows us, and I refer to what the professor said, a civil war must be won. But after the civil war must be won by the resistance within Myanmar. And the question is, after the civil war is won by the resistance, what happens next? Let me also refer to what some human rights advocates, have been saying. Those human rights advocates that I'm familiar with, and it has been said by many of them that we have become too focused on demanding results from governmental or intergovernmental bodies, while we have provided significantly less attention and resources, or even neglected or abandon the development of people's movements, as the term is understood in the sociological sense. So I believe that nothing is more effective in propelling the effectiveness of the resistance against the junta at the regional level than a critical movement on the ground. And of course, the question is there such a movement? And I speak of a real people's movement. What I think is, without such a popular movement that happens on the ground, whatever happens at the regional level amounts to performances. Those performances give the impression that something meaningful and significant is happening, that we are progressing somehow, but actually it's not. So you may call this cynicism, but I call this realism. When activists come together at the regional level, I ask, are we representing a people's movement? Or are we in an echo chamber where no one else is listening to us but ourselves? So my belief is the solution is to have a strong, honest to goodness, people-to-people solidarity, particularly within the ASEAN, in support of the resistance in Myanmar. And it's only this that can propel fundamental changes in Myanmar. Again, as the professor said, civil war must be won by the resistance. And I do not mean to undermine the solidarity that happens, within small groups, or the solidarity that happens among the participants in this particular forum. But as I said, I refer to an honest-to-goodness, people-to-people solidarity that is based on strong people's movements on the ground. And of course, I say it's not an easy task. And I guess we have to ask ourselves, how do we build a strong people-to-people solidarity? So let me just give an example of the difficulty in having this people-to-people solidarity. So if, for example, I went around metropolitan Manila right now and I asked ordinary people if they knew about Myanmar and if they knew what is happening or what was happening in Myanmar, I'm sure that most likely people would say no. So our people are ignorant of what's happening in the region. Our people are busy with TikTok, with Facebook, with Twitter. Our people's attention is somewhere else, certainly not on the gruesome realities in Myanmar. So the challenge is how to build this people-to-people solidarity in support of the resistance in Myanmar, given the widespread ignorance within the region about what's happening in the region. So while I think that, of course, we should not abandon the ASEAN completely, I also say that nothing significant in terms of results can be expected from the ASEAN, given the nature of the ASEAN, given the character of the ASEAN governments, if there is no strong people's movements on the ground that push the ASEAN to actually work effectively. So this is my take on the question and the whole issue of the people of Myanmar and the situation in Myanmar. And as I said, I believe that the civil war must be won, the resistance must win, and what happens after the victory by the resistance in Myanmar, I think could also be addressed by people-to-people solidarity and a strong people's movements across the ASEAN region. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Evelyn. Evelyn actually continues one of the points that Adelina Kamal makes, which is transformative change happens because of external pressure. And in this case, if we are talking about ASEAN, it boils down to people-to-people movement. And we have seen that solidarity express itself in many ways particularly in terms of how people in Indonesia have really stood up and paid attention to the genocide of the Rohingya, which is why we have 5 young Rohingya women from around the world here in Indonesia to do that outreach as well with Rohingya refugees hosted by Indonesia. We have seen a great deal of solidarity happening at the ground level, including in the streets, including very noticeably with the Milk Tea Alliance, an anti-authoritarian movement of young people who rose up in response, in resistance to China's harassment of other Southeast Asian activists and freedom of opinion. So we do have movements happening, perhaps not in the traditional sense, not in mass movement on the ground, but we've seen that mass movement happening in different parts throughout Myanmar, and a great deal of solidarity as well. I am really pleased to have not because he's the last speaker, but because he's a good friend, Salaiza Okling, the Deputy Executive Director of the Chin Human Rights Organization, which has been documenting human rights violations targeting the Chin ethnic nationality people for several decades. Now, Salaiza Okling is from Chin State, which is the western part of Myanmar. In the past year, this area has been subjected to an intensification of war crimes and mass killings of civilians by the illegal junta, the losing side. Now, we have a question from Metinza Maung, I think, yes. And so I'm going to ask you that question. And I think I'd like to continue that question onwards to other folks here. How can we reframe the 5-point consensus? Or are you going to throw it out completely? And in pushing these boundaries, what should be the approach of ASEAN member states? And also, do you think ASEAN member states will have the political will and the courage to change? I'm going to hand over to you for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Debbie. And I am very pleased to be among these distinguished people this morning. As Debbie has introduced, I come from western part of Burma, Myanmar, which is adjacent to India on the western part of the country. So when we talk about the violations or any issues that's related to Myanmar, we often overlooked the situation that has been unfolding in those areas, partly because it's closer to South Asia than Southeast Asia. So that's the reason, partly the reason why people often overlooked what's happening there. But having said that, as Debbie has rightly pointed out, this particular region has seen and endured more than its fair share of the atrocities, violations, war crimes, crimes against humanity, mass destruction, mass killings, everything that you can imagine have taken place in that region since the coup. What's been not been noticed is the fact that those region itself is quite geographically isolated, very underdeveloped, and also it's part of the country where the immediate border is also a restricted area. So people rarely notice what's been happening in that part of the Myanmar. So basically, why have we allowed the tragedy to this extent? Initially, when the coup took place, the world was very vocal, critical of the coup, and from the UN Secretary General to our neighboring states, who are often very quiet in their approach, they were very vocal, and we were very, very enthusiastic about eventually having a chance to win the fight. But that has been normalized. We see people being killed, whole communities being displaced, uprooted, dispossessed, displaced. And when you see this happening every day, you get accustomed to it somehow, that this is a normal situation in a place like Burma. And that's very dangerous. Here we are, 2.5 years later, we find ourselves under increasing attacks, an emboldened military junta resorting to airstrikes, and we've seen a sharp increase in the use of airstrikes since the beginning of this year. So many times more than what they employed in the past year. So why has the junta been allowed to do this? I would say this is partly because the response to the violations, the actions of the military junta, it's been the response regionally and internationally has been very weak. So they get emboldened each day. And regional countries such as ASEAN as a bloc, they have been given the primary responsibility for dealing with the issue in Burma. And as we've seen, the latest Security Council statement came out and giving its blessing to ASEAN again. And ASEAN has its own limitation, we understand it, but it also has a credibility deficit that they must address, because the opportunity is here for ASEAN to demonstrate itself that it's capable of dealing with its own regional crisis. And we have seen a lack of political will from the part of ASEAN. Even when we talk about the 5-point consensus itself, it's very basic as we all understand it. And it's something that even Min Aung Hlaing found it agreeable initially. That's why he endorsed the consensus. But those basic requirements have not been met. And now we're resorting to talking about humanitarian aid and completely forgetting that the root of the problem lies in the political crisis created by the coup led by Min Aung Hlaing. So we are pretending that as though the cause of the problem is the lack of humanitarian aid and people suffering from the lack of international aid. It's like we have not even been given a chance to address the wound. How are we expected to treat the actual illness? And ASEAN is finding itself in that place, that position, where it is unable to even move an inch after 2.5 years. So I think do we have, and can we have even the slightest hope that ASEAN would be able to address the crisis in Burma? No. But as other speakers have suggested, well, we cannot escape from realities. Our neighboring countries, whether they like it or not, we have to deal with what we have. But at the same time, we need to push further and try and reframe all of this approach that are not clearly working. And we've seen the failure, the abject failure of the 5-point consensus, and why it is failing, and it has failed to the people of Burma. I think we all know the answer to it. It's just that it has not been acknowledged. A problem can be only solved once you start identifying and acknowledging what the problem is. And the fact that ASEAN is organized around government and its emphasis on state mechanisms is detrimental to whatever that we try to achieve in Burma. And going forward, I think we should look beyond the 5-point consensus, because it's clearly not working, and why stick to it when you know that it's not working? So first of all, we need to have a strong political will to address it. And we had initially very high hopes when Indonesia, it was Indonesia's turn to take over ASEAN chairmanship. And here we are, almost a year into it. Nothing concrete has happened. And that was our best hope. What happens after Indonesian chairmanship? It's even, unimaginable what would happen. And the fact that the special envoy office is a rotating, role, that is quite scary. And also, 1 year is such a short period to address a country that has found itself so much deep in this crisis. So civil society from Myanmar has been demanding that especially the Special Envoy Office, the mandate and the role needs to be reviewed, and this needs to be permanent and more independent of ASEAN countries, so that ASEAN can better address the crisis in Myanmar. So ASEAN has been bogged down in this situation for the last 2.5 years, with nothing promising in sight. I think that first of all, before especially the summit after Indonesian chairmanship, we should start thinking about how to engage ASEAN or disengage ASEAN altogether, or whatever radical thing that we can think of, because it's not clearly working in our favor. And I would agree with everyone else who spoke before me that the civil war must be won. That's the only way out. And relying on a mechanism that is clearly not working is not the way to go. The colleague from the Philippines suggested, we need more solidarity from the people in the region, as well as internationally. We should, time is running out. 1 day is too long a time for people who are suffering on the ground. And we should not spend our time procrastinating or just merely talking about these issues. We are talking about lives that are at stake every day. So ASEAN should be more, sympathetic of what the people of Myanmar are going through, so that they can come up with a better solution and looking really beyond the 5-point consensus, and if needs to be reviewed or even abandoned, and come up with a different solution or proposal altogether. And it's not clearly just ASEAN's responsibility, it's the responsibility of the whole international community. So the international community also has its share of responsibility, that they should not be relying solely on ASEAN. They have to do more to support the movement, the democratic movement in Myanmar. Thank you.
Thank you, Salaiza Ogling. We've been getting a range of questions online, and I just wanted to check with folks in the room whether they had any specific questions, because I'm going to summarize some of these questions for the panel to answer. No hands up? Okay, I just wanted to feedback that many of the questions online were talking about how people from Myanmar have lost hope in ASEAN, and kind of reflecting the frustration and disappointment that Salaiza Ogling has expressed in terms of hopes in ASEAN and hopes in Indonesia. Indeed, firstly, we need to acknowledge some realities on the ground. In Burma, Myanmar, there are several, there's actually, when we talk about the illegal junta losing the war on the ground, we need to also understand that this loss on the ground is evidenced by the establishment of people's administrations. And there's actually some of these people's administrations means local people running their own local government in resistance to the illegal junta. And this has also featured the establishment of people's courts in at least 60 townships. That means the local people themselves organizing their own justice mechanism because of the violations and the serious lack of rule of law under the illegal junta. So we're seeing this happening on the ground. But as Salaiza Ogling points out, every day counts, because it's not about when you're going to win the civil war. It's about how much more human devastation can we endure, and can ASEAN not enable the perpetrator. It's not about expecting ASEAN to solve the crisis, but expecting ASEAN not to support the losing side, which is perpetrating the worst human rights violations. So we have some key solutions moving forward on the humanitarian side, being more people-centric, not state-centric, which is consistent with ASEAN's branding of itself as a people-centered community, but also in the long term, what happens the day after the war is won? Sustainable, how do we use humanitarian aid as a means of establishing sustainable peace and local resilience? But also, what are the possibilities in terms of, do we recalibrate the 5-point consensus or replace it with something that shows ASEAN's courage to actually address some of the fundamental problems that have weakened it in recent years, as Ajahn Titinan points out. And what is the way forward? If you were under pressure right now, I wanted to pass the mic around, firstly to folks in the room, to the speakers in the room, and then to speakers online. If there's one loud message you wanted to send to the ASEAN leaders at the summit next week, what should they hear? Firstly to Ibu Eva.
Thank you, Debbie. I'm freezing actually. Dear folks, actually APHR, even though we said that the 5 consensus is not working, but at the same time, giving the fact that the women's are the most victims of this conflict, then we decided, APHR, to organize FGD about a month ago to invite the representatives of women's human rights defender from most of the ethnic groups to come to Chiang Mai. And we discuss about how to replicate the people administrations. When we were having that events, one of the representative came, and we consider that this is the model, and we are preparing also the research for that, in hope that we have a sort of framework that maybe we can make that as a reference of, for other ethnicity who wants also to replicate the concepts of people's administration. So we really invite other party, not only ASEANs, to secure the initiative from below that has been shown that yes, we can rule ourselves in current, especially at the time, and we want this to have more and more in other areas. Therefore, yes, we do agree that ASEAN must delegitimize this junta, and at the same time, we, the international community, must secure if then the people win the civil war, all those works done in the fields will secure. So, yes, we condemn, not condemn, yeah. We really concerns about not having big progress at the ASEAN levels, but at the same time also we are supporting women's human rights defenders from ethnic groups to also raise their voice. And that's why we are so happy to have women's, not because ABHR now is run by mostly women, but we do understand. And also at the management of ASEAN, the voice of women must be there, because the women's are and the children's are really the most vulnerable, and also the worst victims during the conflict. There's other two things, not only the operational works, but also in the concepts of preparing what next after the civil war. Thank you.
Ajahn Titinan, Professor Titinan.
The civil war can last a long time. I mean, the Tatmadaw, the SAC has guns and tanks and armor, artillery. They can take this a long way, even though it's a stalemate, and the PDFs and the EAOs are winning, but very incrementally. So the battlefield balance is very, very delicate. But in the long run, and the long run can be a very long time, so we have to be prepared for the duration, for the interim. I'll just say 2 points. They'd be about the Myanmar itself, and then about ASEAN. Myanmar, I think that I've agreed with everything that has been said and expressed here from our colleagues, speakers, and Adelina. I think the point about the AHA Center is a very good point. It shows that the 5-point consensus was expedient and perfunctory, because it's deeply flawed. AHA was not set up to do this task. And then I agree with our human rights lawyer in the Philippines, and everyone here. But on Myanmar, I think that we have to be realistic and sobering in assessing what's happening there. It's a very different kind of conflict. I think there needs to be coordination and work, collective work between the NUG, NUCC, the PDFs, EAOs, EAOs. I mean, they call this a revolution. My fear, and I hope it will never come to pass, is that Myanmar will never see peace again. And my fear, I hope it will never come to pass, is that we'll see a kind of a breakup of Myanmar. And we can see in Shan State, Karen State, Kayin State, Rakhine State. I mean, this is there are divisive forces. I mean, forces that are very dangerous and very precarious on the ground, that we have to be realistic and sobering about. And the threats to Myanmar territorial integrity, unity, is consequential deeply for ASEAN, because this could be, you talk about Indonesia being some distance away, but you can have drugs and transnational crimes and trafficking of women and labor and children and all kinds of bad things, crimes and instability coming out of Myanmar. So I think that moving forward, there has to be some kind of a, not just a parallel administration government, but discussion, coordination, collective effort among the different, resistance coalition components to look at what's happening now, how to overcome the SAC, but then also to look at how to maintain the unity and the country moving forward without some kind of a breakup. On ASEAN, I think the 5-point consensus, is very frustrating because it's deeply flawed, as we know, but it does have the 10 signatories, and it gives ASEAN a legal, diplomatic, and political basis to deal with the SAC. So hence, the General Min Aung Hlaing has not been accepted in the ASEAN summits. There's been an empty chair at the table at the highest level, and ASEAN has done this in order to preserve so-called ASEAN centrality. Having Min Aung Hlaing represented or present would basically preclude the participation of all the other major leaders in the East Asia Summit, which is what ASEAN craves and thrives and values, the being at the same table with the US and Chinese, Japanese and Korean and the Russians, all these world leaders. So I think the 5-point consensus, is overtaken, is very frustrating, but it's still a document that has been signed on to, and it still gives ASEAN a legal, diplomatic, political basis to deal with the Senior General Min Aung Hlaing and the SAC. Still can put pressure on there. Finally, I think Thailand, talking about the complicity and enabler, has been very shameful that we've had a government whose foreign minister in Thailand has been conniving and kowtowing to the SAC, hosting Track 1.2, hosting ministerial meetings and lending legitimacy and recognition to the SAC. But now that we have a different government, I think that I'm very hopeful that we'll see a strategic reorientation. And I do think that the implications of our discussion today basically mean that ASEAN has to work in a different way. They used to call it ASEAN minus X. I've been writing and proposing that we should have an ASEAN 5 plus X. If the core 5 can align on Myanmar, for example, and then the others can come in and join, as they see fit. And there are other issues about economic cooperation, supply chain, resilience, and all of that. Maybe Vietnam can be in on that. But on Myanmar, I think the ASEAN 5 has to hold. And this means that the whole non-interference and consensus, the whole ASEAN way cannot work the same way.
Salai Zauglin, if you wanted to say something to the ASEAN Summit next week, what would you be saying?
Well, as someone who's been working on human rights issue for the past more than 2 decades, our concern has always been the lives of people on the ground, and ASEAN has to feel that. Now we're increasingly facing atrocities, more atrocities, war crimes, and everything else that comes with military attacks. So accountability is very important, and ASEAN can only help itself in terms of gaining more credibility if they are to speak out on issues of accountabilities for human rights violations in Myanmar. So they need to start looking into these important matters. Otherwise, the killing and atrocities will continue to take place in Myanmar.
Evelyn, would you like to put in your 2 cents worth, your message to ASEAN?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if I guess it's 2 cents worth, no? I think my position, that the position that I have articulated is quite clear. I mean, I don't believe that the ASEAN can do much. That's my position. And I don't think that even the Philippines, as the professor hopes, that the core 5 countries of the ASEAN would actually come together. I don't think our government will do that. I mean, knowing the character of my government, I don't think there's hope for that. And this is my point. I mean, if you have to look across the region, what is happening in our individual countries, I think we will have an idea how they will behave in relation to Myanmar. So I still think that we should work harder on supporting the resistance. And that's why I referred earlier to Timor-Leste. I think we should work harder on that rather than waste our time on ASEAN governments. Of course, I think that, it has some diplomatic, maybe political value in the international arena for governments, the ASEAN governments to speak up on the issue. But if results are going to be, produced, I think that there has to be a stronger popular movement to support the resistance, and no matter how long it takes. I think historically it's just a matter of time for the resistance to actually win this war. I share the concern about what happens after, though, and this is why I think movement building is very important, because as we have seen in the history of Myanmar, political regression, even after resistance, is very real. So we don't want that to happen. The political regression that occurs cyclically in Myanmar should not happen again in the future after the civil war is won. This is why I really emphasize the importance of developing a stronger popular support across the region for what is being fought by the resistance in Myanmar. And in regard to that, I think that it should not be limited to, the activists that actually work on the Myanmar situation. I think there should be more education across our peoples in the region in order to generate that kind of support. And again, I go back to history, and this is a critical component in the resistance that actually experienced victory in civil wars, not just in the region, but around the world. So that is my hope, and that is my belief. Thank you.
Thanks, Evelyn. And Adelina, as someone who spent 3 decades in the ASEAN system, Adelina, what would your message to the summit be?
As I said before, I think the only small difference that I have compared to other speakers is that I still have hope on ASEAN. I love ASEAN as an ASEAner, as Indonesian, but I have seen myself, Indonesia didn't reform if it is not because of the will of the people, if it is not the young people who love Indonesia and wanted Indonesia to change. And we have seen it in 1997, 1998. So I still believe in ASEAN, and I think we should not let ASEAN go. If you ask me if there is political will, because we need the transformative change. If you ask me, And I'm really hoping that Timor-Leste will join. Where this politics if the blame it on the fish head. With regard to being still optimistic, but realistically optimistic on ASEAN. And I know that ASEAN moving forward. Yes, some of like, for example, banning the junta from ASEAN summit and foreign ministers meeting, or even convening the ASEAN leaders meeting with Min Aung Hlaing, or even the 5-point consensus itself, right? It is unprecedented. These are small steps. And this is where my point is, that we should not give up even on ASEAN, because from this small step, we can actually collect them as be useful later on to create or saying it now. Condition is met, and that is where, if we themselves are which I wrote together with Kino, determining whether the 2000 happened on the Rohingya before that, and also is compatible with the ASEAN Charter. And that is basically shouting and making statement that what happened in Myanmar is, is incompatible with the ASEAN Charter. Without that kind of not only recognition, I know that ASEAN countries recognize some at least, but without of this definition, right? Without going to the basic, I think the five-point consensus will not move ahead. Because the basics are not addressed. And like what Salaiza mentioned, it's a crisis management one-on-one. You can make the right decision and the right move, the right way to reframe the 5-point consensus if you actually, if you care to state the underlying cause of the crisis. So go to the basic. Stop holding hands with the junta. It's not effective to just ban them from participating in the ASEAN summit and foreign ministers meeting. ASEAN countries can still engage with the junta, but not through a regular ASEAN meeting and not through including them in a decision-making process and in community building process, including the killers of the nation representing the Myanmar as a country in ASEAN is just ridiculous. That is actually one small step that ASEAN leaders can make. And we have made that noise and statement, they still stick on the ASEAN leaders and the ASEAN foreign ministers. It can be done. It can be done if we actually keep pressuring from the outside. So what actually the pressure point? There are pressure points. One of the questions from the audience is for us, the civil society, to identify the pressure point together with the human rights defender. Humanitarians, human rights working together. So it will be human rights-based humanitarian intervention. Clearly defining what we want out of humanitarian assistance. Is it dropping boxes at the airport or actually reaching to the people who need the assistance the most? All of this would require collective action from both of us, not only external, but also internal. And even from the external, we can still actually collect all this, small step to make precedents that will later on be useful to do the reform that is needed by ASEAN. Yeah, so that is my long answer.
Thank you, Adelina.
Over to you, Ka.
Thank you so much, Adelina. We just want to finish up with the reminder from a question from the audience to remind that what is happening in Myanmar is also a threat to regional stability and regional human security. ASEAN needs to do a radical makeover of the 5-point consensus, including on the issue of inclusion of women, inclusion of Rohingya, and to go back to basics, as Adelina points out, the basics and the principles. Given that we have a new government in Thailand, given that things have moved in small incremental steps, it's time to turn the revolution, not just in Burma, but a revolution in ASEAN. If ASEAN can solve this crisis, it strengthens itself. The survival of the Myanmar revolution is essentially the survival of ASEAN. Thank you, everybody, for this very lively morning, and I'm going to hand over to Kin Oma. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks to our expert and very lively discussion. And also, there's a set of questions, really, that we will pass it on to our experts, as our experts have made themselves available for interviews. So those of you also joining online who are from media, please do reach out to Progressive Voice, and we will share with you the expert contacts. Now we come to the last session, dear colleagues. Now I would like to invite the experts for the public hearing panel to come back to the forum, please, to the front. So Mr. Isner and Ibu Andy and Edmund and Galu is coming, right? Oh, so she has the meeting. That's right, yes. Yes, okay. So this session, as we have made the announcement and shared with you this morning, now our experts from public hearing, the human rights experts from the region are back in the room with us, and we will hear from them of their deliberations and findings that as they will share with us. But I know that they have a document that they will put on the screen that, right, guys? Okay, so before that, I would like to make a proper introduction, because we did introduce you this morning, but it's been a long session that we all had. So let me make another proper introduction of our panel of experts on public hearing to all of you. First, I would like to introduce you to Professor Sri Prabha Bacharat Masi, who is actually joining us from online from Thailand. She's a lecturer. Ajahn Sri Prabha is a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok. Then we have Mr. Edmund Bon, who is the co-founder and director of the Malaysian Center for Constitutionalism and Human Rights. And we have Ibu Galu, who was with us all along, but she has to join another panel to speak, so she's not here with us. But Ibu Galu Wandida is the director of Asia Justice and Rights. And now I want to introduce you to Ibu Andy Yantriyani, who is the chair of National Commission on Violence Against Women, Indonesia. And we have also Mr. Muhammad Isnur, who is the chair of Indonesia Legal Aid Foundation. So these 5 experts have taken the time, deliberated and discussed, but 3 in the room with us, and then Ajahn Sri Prabha is still online with us, who will be actually sharing with us the findings. So how would you? Yeah, okay, great. Thank you so much. Very welcome.
So first of all, as the whole group, like the panel actually thank you for having us in this very invaluable opportunity. And let me just read the first part of our submission after listening to all of the testimonies. Is it going to be screened? Yeah. Right. Today we, a group of 5 human rights experts from the Asian countries, listened to the video testimonies from Myanmar. 6 women and 4 men, survivors of atrocities from Chin, Karenni, Sagai and Mandalay regions. We also heard the in-person testimony by a Rohingya survivor. First, we commend the victims and survivors' strength and courage as they preserved with tremendous tenacity. They choose to speak out under very difficult circumstances, many still living as displaced persons and in a situation where their lives are at risk. The video testimonies provided a clear picture of atrocities taking place right now, with graphic and difficult description of atrocities against civilians, designed to break the spirit of civilians suspected to support the resistance movement. The attacks and acts of torture and violence target families, husbands and wives, men and women, school children, school teachers, doctors, religious leaders, elderly, etc. Many of the testifiers spoke about the indiscriminate air attacks and bombings of civilian targets, this including attacking churches, homes of local villagers, schools and IDP camps and bomb shelters, which have been built by civilians to protect themselves. Churches and shrines were deliberately targeted to break the spirits of the communities, attacking and torturing clergy, and monks, and other religious leaders. Bombs are dropped in a systematic, widespread, and continuous way, with villages being under sustained attack for many hours. Landmines have been planted in different areas, causing loss of limbs and lives. Attacks were conducted in a way to create long-term impact on the survival of civilian communities, including destruction of food resources and valuables. Soldiers taking food supplies, rice and livestock, and burning the reminders. Looting of jewelry, money, and other valuable possessions as part of attacks on civilians. Many of testifiers described instances of collective punishment, including targeting school children. School children bombed during school time. Children impacted by snowball. There seems to be indication of deliberate strategy to impact the young generation and teachers, attacking and firing into primary school filled with school children for a long period of time. In one case, a witness spoke of children being used as human shields. Collective punishment, attacking villagers accused of supporting PDF, group arrest, taking of hostages, demeaning and ill treatment to get community members to point fingers at resistance supporters. Throughout the testimonies, witnesses spoke about those who were killed through bombing and air attacks, as well as more targeted killings. This included extrajudicial killings, family targeted, brother, husband, mothers, and bodies being left without care as a possible warning to others. We heard the testimony of 2 rape survivors and a political prisoner of victims of torture. They described a pattern of torture, rape, and ill treatment of detainees, including establishment of interrogation centers. Rape, multiple or gang rape, sexual torture, husband made to witness, tied up and beaten up, treated in a demeaning way. Sexual harassment against female detainee and the threat of rape of his wife against male detainees. Prolonged torture, victims hearing others being tortured as a way to pressure them. Detainees not provided with food or given moldy food, insufficient water, and poor living condition. Detainees spoke of conditions where they were detained with no facilities for or sanitation, no medical care for those injured from torture. Beating with wire and pipes. Some detainees were disappeared after being tortured. There is no information of their current whereabouts. Separating men and women, parents with children. Through the 11 testimonies, we were able to get a picture of a long-term impact of conflict. vulnerable groups, elderly, children, women suffering from the conflict, lack of medical care for victims of bombings and other forms of violence, poor food security for communities, loss of opportunities for education, loss of key cultural and religious sites. Lastly, we heard directly from personal experience of persecution of Rohingya survivors who experience lack of freedom of movement, requiring special permit for Rohingya if they travel outside their homes, lack of security and continuous circle of human rights abuse, intent to destroy and annihilate the Rohingya community during police and military joint operations, stigma and bad propaganda, rejection and isolation in refugee camps, systematic discrimination against the Rohingya and other ethnic and religious minorities. In all conflict situations, we repeatedly being informed that women are vulnerable to sexual violence, particularly in the form of threats and acts of rape. This is directly linked to the deployment of rape as a weapon of war, aiming to emasculate the opposition both individually or as group or community. The deployment is deeply rooted in a patriarchal gendered structure in which ability to protect women's purity symbolizes the male capacity of guardianship. Likewise, in the situation in Myanmar, two testimonies particularly exemplified this situation. Both were gang raped. One was 7 months pregnant and the other one just gave birth 1.5 months before. Both was raped before their husbands, who were also severely beaten up. Another testimony informed us that verbal sexual harassment and threat to rape was conducted against female detainees, and the threat of rape against one's wife was used to obtain information from the male detainees. It is noteworthy that the impact of rape is severe, as the trauma haunts the survivors for lifetime, and many also have to survive the dissolvement of their marriage or prolonged domestic abuse by their emasculated partners. Whilst the rape and other sexual violence is the most striking feature of gendered patterns of violation during conflict or wartime, there are also gender impacts from other acts of violence experienced by both men and women as well as other gender. Hence, integration of gender perspective is imperative in all interventions and remedies to be provided.
The other part of, I'll read the other part of the statement. Is the document on the screen? Yeah. Can you, oh, it's easier on the Zoom. The observations on mass atrocities and violations of international human rights and international humanitarian law. So the testimonies of the survivors, victims and witnesses consistently point to grave, willful and systematic conduct of human rights violations. These violations include willful killing, murder, grievous bodily harm, assault, rape, sexual violence, torture and forced disappearances, deprivation of liberty, unlawful and forced displacement and arbitrary detention, among others. The survivors and victims are civilians and include women and children. The violations were committed by the Myanmar military and security forces, including the police. They are under the control, command and supervision of the current administration of Myanmar, namely the State Administration Council that is led by the Army General Min Aung Hlaing. The conduct of the perpetrators amounts to serious violations of Myanmar law and international human rights and humanitarian law. These laws include the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the Geneva Conventions. In particular, the perpetrators have committed genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and crimes of aggression. They seem to have been committed with the intention both to eliminate dissent and opposition towards the Myanmar military rule and also to persecute civilians based on their ethnicity, religion, and origin. Mostly affected are ethnic and indigenous minority groups in Myanmar. The attacks reported appear to be part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against the civilian population. There's no defense, excuse, or justification for this sort of conduct by the Myanmar military and security forces. These findings also corroborate the reports made by bodies such as the United Nations Independent International Fact-Finding Mission on Myanmar. What survivors said about their hopes. We noted that survivors still spoke about their demands and hopes for the future. Three quotes are made. Actions must be taken. I demand it. There's no rule of law in this country. There must be accountability. Quote, unless violence and impunity is dealt with, there's no way out. The flood of violence until today. Quote, treat us with human dignity that we deserve.
Recommendation to ASEAN, international community and civil society inside and outside Myanmar. Urging ASEAN leaders, ASEAN Chair, Indonesia President Joko Widodo, international community and civil society to act now to help stop all forms of genocide and crimes against humanity, war crimes and crimes of aggression in Myanmar. Allow unimpeded access of humanitarian aid and protection of vulnerable people, children, women, elderly, those wounded. Release immediately all those arbitrarily detained, prosecute and sentence, notably for the mere exercise of their rights of freedom, expression, association and peaceful assembly, and discontinue politically motivated prosecution, including civil society representatives, human rights defenders, and all other persons expressing opposition to the military assertion of power. Immediately abstain from any action, including killings, displacement, arrest, and harassment targeting members of the ethnic and indigenous minority, and ensure full and continuing compliance with the provisional measures ordered by International Court of Justice. Cease all form of assistance, support, access, and sale of warplanes, missiles, bombs, and other forms of weaponry to the military junta. To establish an ad hoc ASEAN body led by the Special Envoy to implement the 5 VC aimed at stopping the continuing human rights violation by Myanmar military. Through the AHA Center and other international bodies, including the International Committee of Red Cross ICRC, immediately allow medical and humanitarian aid to victims, survivors, and impacted communities in Myanmar. To establish an ASEAN multi-country or a coalition of the willing peacekeeping force that can have access to affected communities and areas in Myanmar. To establish a multi-country inquiry on gender-based violence in Myanmar, including all those displaced inside and outside of Myanmar, as well as Rohingya in the refugee camps. The inquiry should result in urgent reparative measure and other healing initiative. The last, to cooperate with the United Nations and establish an ASEAN-backed mechanism or tribunal that will be able to receive communication and hear evidence of human rights violation and to take accountability measures against the perpetrators. Panel group members, Galuh Wandita, Andi Antriani, Edmund Bond, Muhammad Isnur, and Sri Papa Pecara Mesri. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our experts for, in a very, very short time, coming up with this comprehensive findings and also even including the recommendations to the ASEAN. So that's really, we really appreciate that you come up with that. But of course, we know also that you've been monitoring, following the Myanmar crisis. So it's not far from, the Myanmar crisis is not far from you on your daily human rights work as well. So thank you so much for this. I know Ajahn Sri Prabha is online. If there is any point, Ajahn, because we know that you're joining from online. So if there is anything that you would like to also add, would you like to take the floor, Ajahn?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Omar. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for to my panelists. And I'm so sorry that I could not really follow the discussions, the working group very well due to the technical problem that I was facing. I have a few points to add on what was already shared, with the audience. The first one, as I already shared with you in our chat, Omar, I feel that war of aggression may not be relevant to the case, because war of aggression is actually between is international, but in the case of Myanmar is really internal. So I think war of aggression, or the term, should not be there in the text. The second one, listening to the testimonies very carefully, we can see very clearly that one of the patterns that we found is actually about the attempt to destroy educational institutions. As you know, Myanmar has been facing a lot of problems with education, not only because of the fact that many academics and teachers cannot really perform their functions as teachers, as educators, but in the same time, they're destroying by bombings, schools and educational infrastructure, including not allowing teachers to teach. So for me, destroying educational institutions is actually amounting to destroying the future, not only of the children and community, but also of the country. And, without education, Myanmar there would be no future in Myanmar. So I would like to emphasize on this as well, as educator myself. The third point that I would like to mention, and that's about ASEAN. I heard, from some of our colleagues, actually, for example, some may not, believe in ASEAN, and I fully understand why so. But I think, since the institution or organization is already there, our efforts, we have to make efforts to make it, working better, in the sense that, for example, how we could empowering the existing human rights institutions to perform better. You remember that we have been pushing the ASEAN, the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, to work better, moving towards the protection mandates. And this is something that under the chairpersonship of Indonesia, they should move towards reviewing the terms of reference. And who knows, in the future, we should, as civil society and academics, we should also push for the setting up of ASEAN Human Rights Court. I know that I'm dreaming, but I think there is no harm to dream for better ASEAN, especially when it comes to empowering ASEAN and ASEAN institutions to be more accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajahn. So I also would like to acknowledge this is the first time our regional human rights experts come together. Of course, especially during the last 2.5 years of the crisis, that you have come together to really review and examine and come up with this comprehensive findings and recommendations. So I just want to acknowledge that with all of you, with our audience and participants. I would like to, actually there are 3 questions. If one of you will take one question each, because of course the timeline, but also if no other question comes, please feel free, any of you will take these questions. One is, why do you think that allowing the junta to continuously commit international crimes till today? So that's the first question. The second question, what needs to be done by the international community to end the ongoing international crimes committed by the junta and bring justice for survivors. The third question, what will happen if the junta is not held accountable for the crimes it's committed and continues to enjoy total impunity? What will be the impact on the Myanmar people to achieve their goal to build a new federal democratic Myanmar with no military involvement in politics? So I know this is a larger question, so I'm not so sure who would like to take that.
Thank you. The questions that you ask are actually very difficult and political questions, but I think they are very important. From the work that we have been doing regionally and speaking to survivors in Myanmar, there's one view that the military cannot turn back already because of how they have increased the intensity and the number of violations. So then there's one view from some groups and people that it is they also cannot turn back, right? There's no point talking about diplomacy. So that view is that apart from R2P intervention, which has happened before, and it depends on whether there's appetite from other countries, especially from the global north. But that is a whole different issue. There is the landscape is for the people to continue the resistance, whether armed or not armed. And I think that raises a very interesting academic question: whether to what extent is armed resistance still allowed or should be allowed in international law. Of course, there is the second group that have viewed the violence as something that can be still managed by way of diplomacy. And that's why I think one of the recommendations there just now would be to look at whether there is a body, whether it's UN-backed or otherwise, of the coalition of able and willing to set up an accountability measure, because a peacekeeping measure, even in looking at how the AHA Center was dealing with Myanmar over the Rohingya crisis, may not be as effective. But at least if the AHA Center acts in the same fashion and there is still political will by the SecGen, there's also more political will by the current envoy, and that to make sure that the pressure continues and not just as by way of a rotating chair. Pressure using the AHA Center first for humanitarian medical aid is actually very important. So I think the ASEAN Summit is coming up. Indonesia is chair. Of course, there are some skeptics that said that Indonesia has not done enough and it's already ending the chairmanship. But then the question becomes what happens after Indonesia and how those efforts can be followed up.
Right. I just want to emphasize that have been said by Edmund. For us, it is also very important for the international community to look at the gender dimension of the conflict itself. Hence, one of the recommendation is actually to set up like international or multinational inquiry in regards to the gender violations or discrimination being occurred both in the border of in Myanmar, as well as those being experienced by our Myanmar sisters and brothers who were like seeking refuge outside Myanmar, including in the refugee camps, as being testified before us. And it is also very important for the inquiry to look at the accountability, not only as individuals but also the junta as an institution. I think if we do not have that kind of accountability, the reoccurrence is very possible and prolonged, and we also expect that this mechanism or this inquiry will come up with a immediate recovery plan and can be delivered soon. I think that would be the emphasis that I would like to put forward. And I understand that there will be some couple remarks from my colleagues, my other members of this group, but allow me to actually, can I just say, like, I need to be at the parliament, so with the traffic and everything, so allow me to leave this room first without, with all due respect to all of these participants and other members of the panel. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, just adding something. So it's same, the situation is hard for us because the national mechanism is not work. So we can and have to use the all kind of movement. For example, the last month and also for Indonesian labor have a meeting. So labor union also move with another approaching. For example, like business and lines, another one. So I think we have to use all approach, all kind of movement, not only from human rights community, but also with labor and also business and alliance community. Thank you for pressure.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had another previous engagement, so I didn't follow our presentation. But I think I just would say, to reiterate what Isner just said about we have to be creative when we're facing impunity, and we have to continue, shaking the walls, shaking the floor, get artists, get young people, and our sisters and brothers in Myanmar really need us now, so we can't stop. We have to speak louder and push accountability for our governments, because ASEAN, the promise was like prosperity for all, right? Secure prosperity for all, and that is not happening. So we have to push that as far as we can, and not allow everyone just to be lulled back into meetings from hotel to hotel, statements that are empty promises. So that's a challenge, I understand, and it's the space that we're all working in, and it can become dark, and it can be make us feel like a broken record. So we also have to find ways to do it with joy and some hope. So I think today's hearings, it really was a really important, like a syringe shot into us, because we heard from the victims, even though by video, and one of our Rohingya sisters speaking directly with us, it made us feel more connected and committed to the issue. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much to our panel of experts on the public hearing. May I have a round of applause to acknowledge our appreciation to all of you. Thank you so much. And with this, I would like to invite Hanong to close our coming together today, both online, offline, in person. Before I hand it over to Hanong, I want to again thanks to all our panel of experts for both panel, and all the friends who've joined us online, offline, technical assistance, interpretations, all of you who have done a wonderful job. And it's been quite intense that we prepare for this, and to hear from these survivors, there are so many other survivors that we know. They also would like to open their hearts and share with you, but as we heard from Ibu Galuh, as we continue on this tough, like really long and dark journey, but I think it's like all of us joining hands together in the solidarity is something that keep us going without losing the hope, but also without losing what we want to achieve. So with that, I want to, again, also for today, Pak Marzuki Darusman, who led the UN fact-finding mission on Myanmar during the time of the Rohingya genocide. He also joined. I just want to acknowledge, even though he's not here with us in person anymore. But again, thank you so much all for joining us, and we look forward to continue to work much more effectively. With the experts after this? Yeah, yes. But would you then the online can close and
Okay. And on behalf of the organizer, I would like to also say thank you for those who are attending online and then offline as well. And we hope that this can be a baseline for us to think about, as a part of the ASEAN ecosystem, what we can do creatively to keep pushing the causes in alignment with our friends from Myanmar. And then not to giving up on ASEAN, but as Ibu Adelina mentioned, to be a tough lover of ASEAN, to push from different boundaries as well. Without trying to hinder you between you and your lunch, I would like to say thank you very much, and please give a round of applause for every one of us. Yes, and then before going to the lunch, may we ask all of you who would like to be taken into a picture to come forward, and then we can take picture together. Cindy.